Chapter 15 of An Imperial Marriage by Arthur W. Marchmont. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Caroline. Chapter 15. Baron von Ringheim. Baron von Ringheim had been sitting by Althea, and rose at my entrance and bowed to me with old-world courtesy. "My father, Mr. Bastable," said Althea, and at this he advanced towards me with hand extended. I was still under the thrall of astonishment caused by my recognition, and only the expression of mingled pain, alarm, and surprise on Althea's face enabled me to take his hand and mumble some formal reply. He did not appear to notice anything strange in my conduct, however. "I have to return to you many thanks, sir, for the assistance which you have rendered to my daughter. She has told me how you have helped her, and I beg you to believe that I am sincerely grateful." He said this with an air of great dignity, of patronage indeed, almost as if in his opinion the opportunity of helping a daughter of his was something upon which I might well congratulate myself. I murmured some sort of reply about having done very little. "I would not have you belittle your services, Herr Bastable," he continued in the same indulgent tone. "I and Althea, for she is entirely with me in expressing this sentiment, are your debtors, distinctly your debtors. Our family is one of the oldest and highest in the Empire, and although at the present time we are the subject of cruel persecution, and have suffered egregious wrongs and abominable robbery, it shall never be said that we are deficient in gratitude." This long and curious speech gave me time to recover myself, while the look of growing embarrassment and concern with which Althea regarded him while he was making it recalled to my memory what she had said of him on a former occasion. "I beg you to say no more," I replied. "That is the modesty of an English gentleman, and I appreciate it," he answered with another elaborate flourish and bow. "I have heard of you, Herr Bastable, and was assured that I should find a welcome here. For that also we thank you." "My father can remain tonight?" asked Althea, as a sort of aside. He heard this, however. "To be frank with you, Herr Bastable, I am in a slight difficulty for the moment. It is some time since I was in Berlin. As a matter of fact, I am not supposed to be allowed to come here at all, and if my presence were discovered it might lead to very serious embarrassment. I shall therefore appreciate it very highly if you will permit me to ask your hospitality for a while." "I shall esteem it an honor, Baron." "Again I beg to assure you that I am extremely grateful." I had still great difficulty in suppressing the signs of infinite amazement that this could possibly be the same man whom I had seen in the company of the two ruffians in the old Jew's house. "You look very tired and worried, Mr. Bastable," said Althea. "Bessie has very kindly seen to a room being prepared for my father." "I am worn out and shall ask the Baron to excuse me," and we bowed gravely to one another. "But there is a question I should wish to put before retiring. Who spoke so highly of me to you as to induce you to put this confidence in me tonight?" "I knew that my daughter was here, Herr Bastable. The information came from a highly confidential source, but I was absolutely sure of you." A glance of appeal from Althea accompanied this courteously worded roundabout refusal to tell me anything more, so I bade them good night and went away. I was indeed so fatigued that even this strange development, with all the awkward and indeed perilous implications it threatened, could not keep me awake. I slept soundly for many hours, and did not wake until late in the morning. Over my breakfast, Bessie gave me her views of the Baron. "He is a very strange old gentleman, Paul. His room is next to mine, you know, and I heard him moving about very early, hours before I got up, and when I saw him afterwards he had forgotten who I was and spoke to me as if I were a servant. What do you make of him?" "I am probably more puzzled than you are, Bess." "How did he come here? Did Althea tell him of us?" "I don't think so. Has she ever said anything to you about him?" Has she said anything to you? She did to me, but I don't know whether she meant me to tell you." About the effect of his troubles upon him, you mean? Yes, she nodded rather eagerly. I suppose he's harmless. Oh, yes, I said with a smile. He'll be all right in that respect. You needn't be scared. He has a loaded revolver. He left it under his pillow. Ellen was nearly frightened out of her life when she fetched me to see it. Where is it? He came in for it just as we were both there. He was really very odd. He had that little bag of his with him and... What little bag? Did he bring any luggage with him then? Nothing except the little leather bag. Well, he apologized to us, taking me for one of the servants, as I told you, and declared that the thing was not loaded, although I'm sure it was, and made up a story that he was accustomed to have it with him just for practice, and said that we were not to say anything to anyone about it, and then he offered us some money. What did you do? I asked with a grin. It's no laughing matter, Paul. Ellen declares she can't stay in the house if he stops here. I'll see to it. But what did you do? You don't suppose we took his money? I told him pretty sharply he had made a mistake, but he was so polite and seemed so sorry that I couldn't be angry. But you'll have to do something, or we shall lose Ellen. Oh, I'll do something. You need not be frightened, nor Ellen either. So far as I can see, his brain has been afflicted by his troubles and persecution, and he is just a mixture of dignified gentleman and something else, and I'll see that when he is something else, he will not be able to do any harm. Poor Althea is in an awful state about it all. She almost broke down this morning when speaking to me about it, and you know what wonderful strength she has. She believes that he will be arrested here, that someone has betrayed us, and that he has been sent here merely to get us all in trouble. She intends to take him away somewhere today, I think. Well, it is a bit of a mix-up, Bess, and that's the truth, but I'll find a way to straighten things out. You talk to Ellen and put her right, and if you can't, I'll see her. In the meantime, I'll go and talk things over with Althea and her father. I was too tired last night. Althea wants to see you. She told me so. All right, I'll go up to her room as soon as I have thought matters over. It was of course quite on the cards that Althea's guess at the reasons for her father's coming to my house was the right one, and it was certainly a disquieting suggestion. I remembered Feldman's hints about my connection with the Polish party and the questions put to me on the previous night by the police. If we were found harboring a man who was held to be so dangerous as the Baron, the consequences to Althea and to us all might be really serious. As to his object in Berlin at such a time, I myself could make a pretty fair guess. Ziegler had more than once suggested that a stroke of some sort was to be attempted soon, and the mysterious hints dropped to me that day in the club by the Polish journalist prompted the exceedingly disquieting thought that the attempt might take the form of some kind of violence. That Baron von Ringheim was in league with the more desperate section of the party was shown plainly by his having been with two of them on the previous night at the Jew's house on a mission of violence. Yet he had obviously gone to the house to attempt to prevent violence. His protests had proven as much. So as far as I could judge, he had gone there to investigate some charges of treachery which had been made against the murdered man, and that von Felsen had intentionally started those suspicions and had in some way been instrumental in sending them into the house, I was convinced. But why send such a man as the Baron? Did von Felsen know that he was actually in Berlin? And then a light seemed to break in upon everything. It must have been through von Felsen that the news of Althea's whereabouts had been conveyed to her father, and he had deliberately contrived that he should arrive at a moment when the murder had just been committed, apparently by Ziegler's associates. The moment of all others when the Baron would be in the greatest need of shelter. But one of the most perplexing parts of the puzzle still remained to be solved. What was the precise character of the relationship between the Baron and the rest of this Polish party? Althea had suggested that although formerly he had been a real power amongst them, in later years his authority and influence had ceased. There had been ample ground in the conduct of the two men toward him on the preceding night to confirm this, but I must satisfy myself completely on the point. I was ready, for Althea's sake, to run the risk of harboring him, but I was certainly not going to allow him to use the house for the furtherance of any schemes of his party, whether violent or not. I went upstairs, resolved to find this out from himself. I was fortunate to find him alone in his room. I could talk more plainly to him alone than when Althea was present. He had the little bag of which my sister had spoken, and he gave a little start of surprise and hurriedly shut and locked it. I think he was rather offended at the abrupt manner in which I entered the room, and with much the same outward show of old-fashioned courtesy which he had displayed on the previous night, there was a nervous restlessness which was fresh. He greeted me with a bow and words of thanks, and for a moment we played at just being guest and host. But I kept my eyes fixed steadily on him all the time, and he began to grow exceedingly uncomfortable under the scrutiny, and at length found himself quite unable to meet my eyes. "You must excuse me now, Herr Bastable," he said at length, and hugging his bag as if it contained all he had in the world, he made as if to leave the room. For a second or two I did not reply, but just stared hard first at him and then very pointedly at the bag. "I must first ask you one or two questions, Baron von Ringheim." I dropped the courteous tone and put a spice of sharpness in my tone. He noticed it at once and drew himself up, but could not meet my eyes. "I don't understand by what right you adopt that tone, sir. And you will please to answer me quite frankly. Nothing else will satisfy me or meet the needs of the case." "This is quite extraordinary." I pointed at the bag. "You have a revolver there. Why?" "I decline to be questioned in this tone by you or by anyone, sir. I am under an obligation to you for what you have done for my daughter and now for myself, but this gives you no right—" "I take the right, Baron. In the first place, believe that I am wishful to be your friend in every sense of the term, and you may safely give me your fullest confidence. Your daughter will have told you that, I am sure. My private affairs are precisely those which I am determined to know, Baron," I broke in pretty sternly. I felt that I must dominate him. "This is as much for your own sake as for your daughter's. Now please an answer." But he would not answer, and made an attempt to avoid doing so by a show of anger. "Tell me, then, the object of your presence in Berlin," I said next. "This is insufferable conduct, sir, insufferable," he cried. I should have to hit him harder if I was to do anything with him. "Tell me, then, what you were doing at the house of Herr Ziegler just after he had been assassinated last night." The effect was instantaneous. He turned very white, stared at me for a second, and began to tremble violently. "What do you mean?" he faltered after a pause. "I was there and saw you, Baron." He clasped his hands to his face and fell back into a chair. "Remember, please, that I speak only as a friend. I declare to you on my honor that I have no motive but to help you, but I must be told everything. Put yourself unreservedly into my hands and I can and will save you, but there must be no half measures. I repeat, you must tell me everything." For a long time he was unable to speak a word, and I made no attempt to force matters. I wished him to recover some measure of self-control. "I had nothing to do with that deed," he said presently, speaking in a slow, broken tone. I know that the man was dead before you arrived, but your companions came prepared to do it, and but for my presence there would have been a second murder." No, no, no," he protested. "I know what I say to be true, Baron, just as I am convinced that you went there to protest against any violence at all." "Oh, you know that. Yes, that is true. I swear that," he cried eagerly. "I should have prevented it. My authority as a leader would have prevented it. Would to heaven I had been in time." "You have great influence with your associates, then?" I am the leader of the whole movement. My word is absolute." The declaration was made with a singular mixture of pride and simpleness. It was obvious that he believed it. "You think those men last night would have obeyed you?" "They would not have dared to disobey," he replied in the same tone. "I went there to inquire into a charge of treachery against Ziegler, that he had betrayed some of our plans to an Englishman. Why, it was you, of course." He said this with a little start, as if he had just recalled it. "I was called to Berlin on that very matter." I began to see light now. Althea was right in one respect. His mind was so affected and his memory so clouded that consecutive reasoning was impossible. He was not responsible for either words or deeds. But there was more behind. Someone was using him as a stalking horse for very sinister purposes. "You arrived in the capital yesterday and were told to come to the house of a man believed to be about to betray your schemes." "Yes," he said simply, almost pathetically. "Can you think of any reason for that?" "No, I didn't understand it. I forgot until this moment, indeed, that you were the suspected Englishman." It was obviously useless to question him any more about that. "Now, as to this other purpose, the bigger plan of your associates." "You know that too?" "Have I not proved to you that I know things? But I am not a traitor, Baron." He smiled childishly. He had become almost like a child indeed now. "It will be a grand stroke against the government. We shall destroy the vessel, of course, but there will be no loss of life. I will not sanction the taking of lives, Herr Bastable." So this was the scheme, to blow up one of the Kaiser's warships. I repressed all signs of astonishment and tried to look as if I had expected the reply. "But you cannot avoid loss of life, Baron." It proved a very fortunate remark. With a very cunning smile, he looked up and nodded his head knowingly. "I shall not allow it to be done until I am sure of that. I keep the bomb in my own possession till then." And he hugged the little bag closer than ever to his side. Here was a complication indeed. A lunatic in the house with a bomb in his possession capable of blowing a warship to fragments. And this was the man I had described to Bessie as harmless. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of An Imperial Marriage by Arthur W. Marchmont. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Carolyn. Chapter 16. My Role as Conspirator. Baron von Ringheim did not observe my profound consternation at hearing that he had a bomb in his possession, and he appeared to regard it only as a useful thing to carry about in a dressing-bag. He was indeed engrossed by his own shrewdness in keeping it by him so as to prevent its use at the wrong moment. I believe that he interpreted my dismay rather as a tribute to his admirable caution. That I should object to have such a thing in my house did not occur to him. For some moments I was at a loss what line to take. Of course I had to get possession of the bomb at any cost. If he were arrested and it were to be found there, we should all find ourselves in prison and called on to face a charge involving heavy punishment. "I have done you an injustice, Baron," I said, changing my tone for one of profound admiration. "You are a wonderful leader." He accepted this with something of a return to his former dignified bearing. "You have greatly wronged me, Herr Bastable," he said with dignity. I played up to this at once. "For the future you will have no more devoted follower than myself. I crave your pardon for my bluntness, but you shall know the truth. I was told that you had ceased to lead the movement, and it was essential that I should satisfy myself. My life is at stake in this case, but I shall doubt no more." "Then you are with us?" With you, Baron, heart and soul. I raised my voice against it all the time. I protested against the shame of doubting you. I used every means in my power to convince the others. But all was in vain. They insisted, and I was but one against all the rest." He was as much bewildered at this as I had intended. "I don't understand," he said. I replied with a passionate harangue against the wickedness of any attempt to undermine his authority, and talked until his poor half-crazed wits were in a whirl of perplexity. Then, with dramatic earnestness, I cried, "You have been shamefully betrayed and deceived." "What do you mean?" he stammered. "That," I exclaimed indignantly, pointing at the bag. "But I will see that it is all made right. The bomb you have there is a sham, a fraud, a trick. The real one is in the hands of those who mean to use it when and how they please. Your counsels of humanity have been set at naught, and the lives of hundreds are in peril." "It is impossible," he protested weakly. "Show it to me, and I will prove my words. Aye, and do more than that. I will see that the real one is placed in your possession." The look he cast at me was almost piteous in its appealing truthfulness, and after a second's pause he unfastened the bag, and with fingers which trembled so violently that I feared he would drop it, he handed me the bomb. That I took it with intense relief may well be imagined, and I handled it with the utmost caution and no little dread. Whether it was really the terrible engine of destruction that he believed, I did not know, but with an assumption of confidence I was very far from feeling, I pointed to some mark on it. "I knew it!" I cried. "See that? The proof of the betrayal! Shame! Shame!" And with that I slipped it into a large inner pocket of my jacket. "What are you going to do?" he asked as I turned to the door. "I am on fire until this has been righted. When I return I shall have something to tell you. From this moment you and you only are my leader." He was going to protest, but I gave him no time. My one thought was to get rid of the thing at once, but how to do so perplexed me sorely. I was consumedly uncomfortable and intensely scared. I felt that my life was in danger every second the confounded thing was in my possession. Every time it moved ever so slightly as I walked, I feared that it would explode, and I drew my first deep breath of relief the instant I was out the house. But the streets had even more potential terrors. When anyone approached me on the side where I was carrying it, I was afraid they would knock against it and blow me and half Berlin with me into eternity. Every policeman I met was an object of dread, and when one turned to gaze after me, I jumped to the conclusion that he knew what I was carrying and was about to arrest me. I left the house with no definite purpose or plan for getting rid of it, and I walked on at first aimlessly, wondering vaguely whether I should hide it or bury it somewhere without being observed. With this thought I made for the Tiergarten, and I had reached the west end of Unter den Linden when it occurred to me that the best and simplest course would be to drop it over the Marshall Bridge into the river. I walked down North Wilhelmstrasse with much the sort of feeling a thief might have who had all the proceeds of his theft upon him and knew that the police were close on his track. Every harmless citizen I met became a detective, told off especially to watch me, and when I reached the bridge and loitered along, gazing enviously at the water below and waiting for a chance to drop the thing over unseen, I was convinced that everybody there could tell from my manner that I was intent upon the commission of some ill deed and had slackened their pace to watch me. My fingers trembled so violently as I held it in readiness that I wonder I did not drop it on the pavement, and when a chance did come at last, and I was alone close to the middle of the bridge and took it out of my pocket, glancing furtively all around me the while, the perspiration stood in great beads on my forehead. At the last moment even I had a horrible and almost paralyzing fear that when dropped from such a height it might be exploded by contact with the water, and when at last I did succeed in letting it go, I watched its fall with bated breath and a sort of dread that the end of all things for me was at hand. But it disappeared from sight and nothing happened, and I drew one deep, deep breath of fierce exultant joy, and then leaned against the parapet with the helpless inertness of a drunken man. It was some time before I could rally myself sufficiently to set about finding something which I could take back with me to the Baron as the real bomb. How to manage this puzzled me not a little. I searched the shop windows for some kind of hollow metal ball, my intention being to fill it with shot and other things so as to be about the same weight as the thing I had thrown into the river. I hunted in vain for this until a man in an ironmonger's shop suggested a ball cock. I had invented a little story about wanting it for some private theatricals. He was an ingenious fellow and became quite interested in helping me. He hunted up one of the size I wished, filled off the long handle, drilled a hole and stuffed in some cotton waste and enough shot to give it the required weight, and succeeded in making up a very passable counterfeit of an actual bomb. At a gunsmith's I bought some blank revolver cartridges for the Baron's revolver in case he should object to hand that over to me, and thus prepared I turned homewards, very much easier in mind. Close to the house I met Herr Feldermann, and he stopped me. "I have just come from your house, Herr Bastable, about that Ziegler murder, you know." "Have you found the man, then?" I asked as unconcernedly as I could. "Not yet, but of course we shall find them. We have such a close description." "I shall certainly know them again." "There's a somewhat curious thing about it," he said slowly, and then with a sudden penetrating glance. "Have you ever seen the Baron von Ringheim?" There was nothing for it but a lie, so I lied. "No, you don't mean that he has anything to do with this?" "Dormund swears that your description fits him like a glove." I managed to smile. "Isn't the Baron something of a red rag to Dormund? He gave me that impression that day at the station." "There's something in that, perhaps, but he's a very shrewd fellow. You don't think there's anything in the idea, then?" "My dear Felderman, how on earth should I know? If I had seen him, I could tell in a second." "His daughter is with your sister. Do you happen to know if the father is really in Berlin?" "I can ask her if you like." "Of course, if you find out anything about his movements, you'll tell us." "Of course. It would make a rattling good newspaper story, wouldn't it? By the way, I suppose you'll want my evidence. Don't bother me unless it's necessary." "I came to tell you that we shall not have to trouble you yet, and perhaps not at all if you can help us in the way I've suggested, and I think you'll be able if you wish." With this uncomfortably suggestive hint he left me. Did he know already that the Baron was with me? One never could get to the bottom of his thoughts. If he did know anything, why had he not arrested the man whom the description appeared to fit so exactly? Ah well, it was no use to seek trouble. Plenty of complications were coming my way unsought. I was fast getting into the mood of a fatalist. If everything was destined to go smash, smash it would go, and nothing I could do to prevent it. As soon as I reached home, I had a long interview with the Baron. It was very much of a burlesque. I made up a story about the manner in which I had secured the deadly bomb which I placed in his hand, succeeded in substituting blank cartridges for those in his weapons, and what was of even more importance, got from him the particulars of the contemplated destruction of the warship. This was after I had thoroughly convinced him that I was heart and hand in the cause of which he believed himself to be the leader, and had told him that Althea should be taken fully into our confidence. I saw her alone first, however, and gave her an account of all that had passed. She was deeply moved by the story. "They are merely making a tool of him, Mr. Bastable. And they must have given him that awful thing because they were afraid of the results to themselves should it be discovered in their possession. My poor father! If you will take the line I have already taken with him, I think it may be possible to stop any further mischief at least, I said. But he must be made to feel that unless he trusts to me, he can do nothing. Then we can see about getting him away from the city. But the danger to you! We have no right to place you in such a position. I intended to take him away somewhere today. Bessie told me something about that, but it is impracticable. You had better remain here. You forgot that you promised Herr Feldmann to let him know wherever you are, I reminded her. What can we do then? I am still confident that all will come right if we can only get time enough, and time we must have at any rate and cost. There's always one way open, she said hesitatingly. At least I presume so. Do you think if I were to agree to do what Herr von Felsen requires, that he would still obtain my father's pardon? Would you do it if I did think so? What else can I do? She cried distractedly. For one thing, keep a stout heart and have patience. I do not pretend that your father's arrival here and his visit to the Jew's house has not seriously complicated matters, but you may still have a little grain of trust in me. As if I had not, but the thought of the danger you are— She broke off as if she had been about to say something that might have been embarrassing. Of course I trust you, she added after the pause. That is all I ask, at present at all events, until that last resource you spoke of need no longer be contemplated. And now let us have this talk with your father. She put out her hand impulsively, and as I pressed it our eyes met. No other word was spoken, but I think she understood much of what I should have said had not my lips been sealed. The interview with the Baron was a curious mixture of pathos and burlesque. The pain which I could see Althea was suffering cut me to the quick, and I sought to shorten the conversation as much as possible. But her father was so full of his own importance, so talkative about his wrongs, so insistent upon my complete obedience to his orders, so obviously unable to take a rational view of any part of the subject, and so incapable of understanding the risks and dangers of the position, that it was a long time before we could drive it home upon him that the only hope of success lay in his leaving everything to me. "But your very presence in Berlin is a danger," said Althea more than once when we were attempting to persuade him to leave the city. "No one knows of it, child, and I have not done anything if they did. Besides, would you have me, the leader of the whole movement, shirk the danger now that the hour has come?" "It may get to be known that you were at Herr Ziegler's house last night." "I went to prevent violence, child. That is surely no crime." "And you are placing Herr Bastable in danger by remaining here." "Is it not his duty to run risks in the cause? Is he to be the only man to venture nothing for our country? Danger indeed!" he cried indignantly. "Have we not all suffered? What of my own sufferings?" And he was off again on his favourite topic when I interrupted him. "Have you any commands in regard to the forthcoming attack?" "Ah, that will be a stroke, and it is my own conception." And as the wind will turn a straw, he went off to the fresh subject and spoke at length about it. It appeared that a new cruiser, the Wundervoll, had just been launched, and the intention was to wreck her as she lay waiting to be taken to be fitted up. The bomb which, thank heaven, lay at the bottom of the Spree was to do the mischief, and the exact details of the plan as to time and means were to be discussed and settled at a forthcoming meeting of some of the more reckless men of the party. A very little ingenuity succeeded in extracting from him the place of the meeting, a house on the riverside which had been taken by them, ostensibly for some business purposes. But the time of the meeting he did not appear to know. "I shall learn it in due course. They cannot move without me, for I trust no one but myself with the means. But it will not be yet for some days." "Do you mean then, father, that someone else knows you are here?" asked Althea in a tone of alarm, with a glance in my direction. "Could I lead them without their being able to communicate with me? You are foolish, Althea. Did they not prepare this shelter for me?" "Oh, it is terrible," she murmured with a deep sigh. "It will be glorious, you should say rather, child," he replied, with a wild look in his eyes. "The greatest blow which we have yet been able to strike at the oppressors of our country." "I will go and see what is doing," I put in as I rose. "I will report to you the results of my inquiries, and you will of course do nothing without first hearing them and without my aid. You would not rob me of my share in the coming victory." "Bring me word instantly," he said in a tone of sharp command. "And I wish to see Sudermann and Bolinsk to consult with them. See them and bring them here to me at once." "It would not be safe for them to be seen coming here. My house is too well known for them to take such a risk." "See them then and tell them— Wait, I will write you a letter." He turned aside and wrote rapidly, and in the meantime Althea looked at me with an expression of such pain and concern that I was almost ashamed of the deception I was practicing. "Here is the note. The bearer, Herr Bastable, has my fullest confidence and knows my wishes. Consult with him freely. That will satisfy them if they should have any doubt about speaking frankly to you." "Oh, but they will not," I answered confidently, and with that I left the room. As I went downstairs, I was about to tear up the letter when it occurred to me as a possibility that it might be of use in any further case of emergency, so I put it carefully away. Then I set to work to think out some means of inducing the Baron to leave Berlin by using my supposed influence in the party. If I could tell him a plausible story to the effect that the attempt had to be postponed for a few weeks and that the authorities had got wind of it, he might go. And for Althea's sake as well as for our own, I was intensely anxious to get him away. As I sat planning this, a letter was brought to me from Herr Borsen. "My dear Bastable, can you come and see me? I understand that you have another visitor in your house, and it is about that I should like a few words with you. I wish to be able to contradict a strange report which has reached me concerning him, since if uncontradicted it might be a somewhat serious matter to you. Any time tomorrow will do, but no later. Yours as ever." If I had been wishful for the Baron to go before, the letter turned the wish into a strenuous anxiety. It looked very much like the beginning of the end. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of An Imperial Marriage by Arthur W. Marchmont. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Carolyn. Chapter 17. W. Mischsen's Warehouse. When I read Borsen's letter through the second time, I thought I could detect a little more in it than appeared on the surface. "Any time tomorrow will do, but not later," he wrote, and he had dated his note midday. I judged, therefore, that he was really stretching a point in order to give me time to get my visitor away, and so be able to contradict the report. There was plenty of time for him to have seen me that afternoon, the obvious course in the case of a matter so really serious. But he had given me the interval to afford me the time to free myself from suspicion. He was a very good fellow, and had at one time been very friendly with me, but there was something besides friendship behind his present step. I had convinced him in Chalice's matter that I was likely to succeed as well with Althea, and being a negotiator with a preference for the path of least resistance, he preferred that I should have the time to pull that chestnut out of the fire for him, rather than that he should have to do it himself. There was a still further reason. The presence of Baron von Ringheim in Berlin was likely to be more than a little embarrassing to Count von Felsen's scheme for his son. They knew perfectly well that he would only venture to come to the capital for some such purpose as that which had actually brought him, and if he were to be taken at such a juncture and under such suspicious circumstances, the Kaiser's promise of a pardon was pretty sure to be withdrawn. Borsen was thus turning the screw on me to force me to take the steps which they greatly desired and could not take for themselves. I determined to put this to the test at once. Therefore, with a little bluff, I scribbled a hasty line to the effect that I could go round immediately if he wished, but that on the following day I should probably be going on a journey with a friend. I intended him to infer that I should be taking the Baron out of the city. He read the letter in that light, and sent back word that he was going away at once, and that under the circumstances the next day but one would do well enough for the purpose. I had respite for 24 hours. I told Althea what had passed, and that I could not possibly face Borsen unless in the meanwhile we could prevail upon her father to leave the city, and I described my rough idea of getting him away by a fairy tale about the discovery of the plot. Partly with the object of being able to give colour to the story, and partly out of a desire to ascertain something more about the doings of the Baron's associates, I went down to the riverside to have a look at their headquarters. I was extremely anxious about his account of the intended attempt to wreck the Wundervoll, and resolved of course to prevent it. The whole empire was in one of those flushes of feeling about the navy which the Emperor's policy had created, and I knew that such an outrage would incense the authorities, and that the punishment meted out would be in proportion to their wrath. Directly or indirectly, some of that demand for vengeance would fall on Althea as well as on myself, if it became generally known that I had sheltered one of the chief perpetrators, and I had to find the means of secretly preventing so disastrous a result. The riverside premises looked harmless enough. The name W. Mischsen had been newly painted up, and a suggestion that a corn business was being carried on there was evidenced by some sacks of grain. The office was open, and I could see one man inside, lounging idly at the desk, obviously with nothing to do. But the moment he heard my step and caught sight of me, he began to work on a big ledger with overacted activity. I resolved to risk going in. The adjoining premises were to let, so I used that as an excuse and asked him if he could tell me anything about them. A very few questions convinced me that he was a Berliner who had probably been engaged as a clerk to give a cover to the fictitious business. Under the pretext of a desire to see whether the waterfront would suit my purposes, I was a wharfinger for the moment, I got him to show me over the premises. I found, of course, that the place would not suit me. "Someone appears to be very busy over there," I said, pointing a little way down the river where a number of men in boats were at work. "They are dockyard men laying down moorings. They have all but finished now. I believe the Wundervoll is to be moored there for a while. Have you seen her? A splendid ship she'll be when she's fitted. I'm a big navy man. We shall never be safe until we have a fleet as big as England's." "It will come in time," I replied, and we went inside again. I saw the reason for the wharf now, and I wondered how they had succeeded in getting wind of the government's intentions so early. "I am really very much obliged to you," I said, as we stood again in the office. "You seem rather short-handed too, so I mustn't take up your time." "Oh, I haven't much to do yet. The firm is only just starting here. This is to be only the Berlin branch. The business is at Hamburg, you know. I wish I had more to do, but of course it takes a lot of time to get things going." I thanked him again and left. I was well repaid for the visit. The scheme had been shrewdly planned. When the vessel lay within so short a distance of the wharf, the attack would be comparatively easy and success quite attainable. A bomb with a time fuse attached could easily be thrown on board her. How could I prevent it? That was the rub. I went up to the press club thinking this out. If I could have been certain that the bomb which I had thrown into the river was really that which was to be used, I should almost have been willing to let the matter rest where it was, for I had already prevented disaster. But a little further consideration almost made my flesh creep. The bomb I had given to the Baron would do no harm to the vessel, but it might very well blow me into prison. It would be found, of course, inquiries would follow, and the obliging young man who had made it for me for private theatricals would give a description of me and an account of the transaction which I should be unable to explain away, while the agreeable fellow at the wharf would be able to tell how I had gone down to inquire about the untenanted premises. That wouldn't do, so with a curse at the Baron and all his works, except paternity of Althea, I turned to think of some other plan. There was only one way. I must get such information to the authorities as would induce them to choose some other moorings for the warship, and I must do it at once. My old press connections must find the means. There were plenty of German newspapermen who would have given their ears for such a story as I could tell them, but I could not trust them to hold their tongues as to the source of the information, and that was of course essential. The story must come from London, or better, from Paris, and the only man I dared to trust in the matter was Bassett, the correspondent who had taken my place. I telephoned him to come to me at the club, and when he arrived I told him as much of the case as was necessary. I explained that I had stumbled on the information by chance, but in a matter which rendered it impossible for my name to be mentioned. He was anxious enough to get a scoop, and readily promised to keep my connection absolutely secret. Together we drew up such a paragraph as would set the ball rolling, and he agreed to warn the naval authorities in his own name that the object of attack was the Wonderful, and that her safety depended upon her not being taken to the proposed moorings. It was a common enough thing for newspapermen to get hold of information a long way ahead of the authorities, and for the sources of it to be kept secret. "I'll hold my tongue about you, of course," he said as we were parting, "and I'm awfully obliged to you. It's just what I want, as a matter of fact. The Navy people here have been awfully close with me and standoffish, and this will put matters on just the footing I need." I went home in a well-satisfied mood. One of the many tangles was unravelled. There would be no outrage of any sort, and for my own protection I must get that bogus bomb back into my own hands as soon as possible. That was almost as essential as getting the Baron away. But I found trouble waiting for me at home. The Baron had gone to bed ill, and Althea was at her wits' end to know whether she dared call in a doctor. I went up with her to his room and found him apparently very bad indeed. He looked very ill and had been complaining of intense pain. To move him was clearly impossible, even if he had been willing to go away. "For his own sake, we must do without a doctor if we can," I told her. "I thought that he was going to die a little time ago, but he appears to be easier now. I did not know what to do for the best," she replied as she bent over him and smoothed his pillows and kissed him. "After Borsen's letter I meant to get him to leave the city. Every hour after tomorrow will be one of danger for him." Unfortunately he heard this, and between his gasps and groans of pain he abused me for a traitor and ordered me out of the room. I did not pay any heed at first, but it soon became evident that my presence excited him so much that Althea begged me to go. His illness was checkmate so far as getting him out of the house for the present was concerned, and as that was all important, I deemed it best to take the additional risk of having a doctor to get him well enough to travel. While I was still considering this, Althea came down, and I told her. "Not yet," she said decidedly. "I think he is better again. He raved almost deliriously after you had left the room, that you and all of us in fact were bent upon betraying the cause, and that if any attempt were made to get him out of the city he would— Oh, he talked most wildly. What can we do, Mr. Bastable? I'm so grieved that I have brought all this on you." "I told you before that we would not go out to look for trouble. After all, it may end in nothing serious. We have all tomorrow, and it will be quite time enough if he goes then." "You try to make so light of it, but—" She broke off and threw up her hands. "We shall have plenty of time to worry when the need comes, if it is to come," I answered with a smile. "You will be ill yourself if you are not more careful." "The excitement has worn him out so that he is sleeping a little now," she said. "I dare not leave him for long, but I feel I must come down to you for a minute." "It may be the beginning of an improvement. Of course, there is one way in which we might venture to move him." "How?" "A sleeping draught, and take him away as an invalid." But she shook her head vigorously at the suggestion. "I dare not. His heart is so weak he might die under it." "That closes that door, then," and I endeavored to make her feel that I refused to take things too seriously. There was a slight pause, during which she glanced at me twice nervously and said hesitatingly, "There's another way if you will take it." "Not the last resource yet. It has not come to that by a long way." "No, I mean, you ought to think of Bessie. I wish that. You must." "Do you mean she should go away?" "I'm afraid she would not care to go. I wish she would." But you might take her." "Althea!" The Christian name slipped from me unwittingly in my quick protest against the suggestion that I should desert her. I stopped in confusion and the color rushed to her face. We were both embarrassed by the blunder. Presently she raised her eyes to mine. "Please do it. I wish it," she urged in a low, intensely earnest tone. "Do you believe it possible?" "If you care at all for what I say or wish, you will do it." "Then I'm afraid we must take it that I do not," I answered, smiling. "But if Bessie were only safely away, I should not mind so much." "She is not in any serious danger. They would not do anything to her." "You know what I mean," she cried quickly. "Why force me to say it? I cannot bear the thought of bringing you into this danger. The fear of what may happen haunts me every moment, day and night. You must go." "You are letting your fears exaggerate the danger. I cannot go." "You must. I insist." Quite vehemently uttered this. "Don't force me to the discourtesy of a flat refusal." Her earnestness was only magnified. "You shall go. I am quite determined. You shall go, or—" Her eyes were flashing and her features set with resolve. "I am just as determined as you." She paused and then said very deliberately, but with lips that quivered, "If you do not, I shall go to Herr von Felsen and accept his terms. I will not accept the sacrifice which you are intent on making for me." There was a pause while we looked one at the other, every line of her lovely face eloquent of her purpose, and before I could reply we were face to face with another crisis that drove everything else out of our thoughts for the moment. Believing that I was alone, Ellen opened the door and announced Herr Dormund. I had just time to whisper to Althea, "You had better be Bessie, remember," when he came in bristling with importance. He paused on seeing that I was not alone, and I went forward and offered him my hand. "Come in, Herr Dormund. It is only my sister. Then you'll see to that for me, Bessie, and don't let me have to bother again about it." Dormund had bowed when I referred to her, and then turned to me with a very significant look. "I have not yet had the pleasure of being presented to your sister." "I clean forgot. Pardon. Bessie, Herr Dormund. You have often heard me speak of him." She was close to the door and turned to give him a gracious bow. Would he let her go? I watched him very anxiously. "I have had the pleasure of meeting you once before, Fräulein, at the station a day or two ago," he said. "I am delighted to see you again." She was at a loss for a reply, so I cut in, "And then perhaps when Herr Dormund has finished his business you can return." He did let her go, so I gathered that Feldermann had passed on to him the instructions from Borsen. And very fortunate it was, for just as the door closed behind her, I heard Bessie's voice calling loudly and with some alarm, "Althea? Althea!" followed by the voices of the two as they met. "Then you have two sisters, Herr Bastable," said Dormund very dryly as he Chapter 18 of An Imperial Marriage by Arthur W. Marchmont. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Carolyn. Chapter 18. The Lock Turns. My assumption of indifference appealed to what little sense of humor the German police routine training had allowed Dormund to retain, for he burst into quite a human laugh as he lighted a cigar. "Need we pretend any longer, Herr Bastable?" he asked. "Not unless you like," I replied, as grave as a judge. "But what about?" "The very charming young lady who has just left us." "Bessie, my sister, I mean," I said, as if genuinely perplexed. He waved his hand impatiently. "Ah, her name is von Ringheim. We know that." I clapped my hands to the arms of my chair and started forward as if intensely surprised. "Do you mean that my sister has gotten married without my knowledge? For heaven's sake, what are you saying?" He gave me a dry look. "You are overdoing it, Herr Bastable. I mean that the lady who has just gone out is Fräulein Korper, otherwise von Ringheim. Is that clear?" "Oh," I said, with a sigh of relief. "Is that all? Then why the devil didn't you arrest her?" The blunt question drew another laugh out of him. "I need not tell you, for you know. So long as we are certain where to find her. But Herr Feldmann told you. I have not come on her affairs, however, nor to refer to what happened the other day at the station." "I am always delighted to see you, provided of course you don't come to arrest me." "I trust I shall never have to do that, but you will do well to be cautious in your hospitality." "Not with you, I hope," I laughed. "At all events, unofficially." "I am here unofficially now, and will go so far as to warn you that an official visit from one of us has been seriously considered. Berlin, and indeed the whole of Germany, is considered very unhealthy for some foreigners at this season, you know." "I appreciate your friendship, Dormund, but I shan't bolt. I shall be found here whenever I'm wanted. I shall stick it out." "It is more serious than you think, perhaps, but it is of course for you to decide. Well now, I have come today to act the part of a mutual friend, Herr Bastable, from Lieutenant von Bernhoff. He feels very deeply the breach that has occurred." "I think I would rather you did not say any more about that," I broke in. "Bear with me a moment. He is devotedly attached to your sister, and he has a genuine regard for you yourself. He has empowered me to offer you an unqualified apology for what passed when he was last here, and to assure you that you placed quite the wrong interpretation on what he said. He is very unhappy." "Do you know what has passed?" "It was very unfortunate," he replied with a gesture of regret. But remember, please, the feelings of a man who sees himself about to lose what he prizes more than anything else on earth. A man in love, you know." "But my sister does not return his regard." "He wishes only to be allowed to call and make his apologies for himself. I can assure you of my own knowledge that his regret is abject." "There is good ground for it," I said dryly, "and his coming here would do no good. I don't believe he ever had a ghost of a chance of getting my sister to care for him, and am dead certain that whatever chance he had was absolutely ruined by his conduct that day." "Well, may he come? Let me put it as a personal favor to me." I hesitated a second. "I can't refuse you, but it is for your sake, not for his, that I consent, and he had better not come for a few days. In the meantime, you will speak to your sister and tell her of his regrets, and perhaps say a word—" "No, no," I interrupted, shaking my hand. "In England we let our girls settle these matters entirely for themselves. But I'll tell her what you have told me." "Well, I have not failed entirely, at any rate," he said as he rose. "And now will you accept a last word of caution, and get rid of your visitors?" Plural number this time. He apparently knew all about the presence of Althea's father. "I am going to," I answered with a smile. "I am unfeignedly glad. You have many friends among us, you know." "I'm seeing Herr Borsen about it the day after tomorrow." "Good, but don't forget that even his hand may be forced." And with this parting caution he went away to leave me pondering very uneasily what could be behind the words. Was his warning genuine, or was it a veiled threat? Had he come as von Bernhoff's friend to force the reconciliation with this as his weapon? The events of the last few days had so tried me that I was suspicious of almost everyone with whom I came into contact who had any concern with the affair. It was possible that he meant von Bernhoff could make such a to-do as to force the police to act despite Borsen's promise, yet seemed genuine enough. There was of course another interpretation, that some influence could be brought to bear strong enough to force even von Borsen. Whose? The Empress? No, I had made that right with Chalice's letter. Could it be the Prince von Graven in his rage at my interference? No. He might have the intention, but lacked the power. There was only one man left, von Felsen himself. He could do it through his father if he could persuade him that I was blocking the scheme and not, as Borsen believed, seeking to carry it through. But Dormund would know nothing about this unless, and at that moment the light began to break in, unless certain steps had already been taken of which Dormund's colleagues had spoken to him. If it was only that, I had little reason for fear. A word or two from me and von Felsen would come crawling to heel at my back. The sooner that word was spoken the better, perhaps, and I decided to speak it at once. I told Althea and Bessie the result of Dormund's visit, and then went straight off to interview von Felsen. I did not find him, however. He was at his father's house, the servant told me, and would not return until very late. I was very disappointed. So much depended on the result of the interview, and Dormund had made me feel what danger there was in delay, that I was exceedingly anxious to bring the fellow to his knees at once. There was, moreover, the almost equally critical matter of the papers he was to secure, the act which I believed would put the card I needed into my hands, and I was at my wits' end to think of some means by which I could discover what was being done in the matter. When I had reduced him to a proper condition of terror by the threat of charging him with the Jew's murder, I intended to force from him the necessary information. But I could not do anything with him in that matter at his father's house. If he had the papers already, they would be at his own house, and thus, for my purposes, the interview must take place there. I could not do anything more that night, however, and I turned homewards in none too amiable a mood. The luck had appeared to go so dead against me, and I was trying to hit on some way to change it, when I blundered into a man hurrying in the direction from which I had come. I looked up with a growl on my lips at his carelessness when I recognized the young clerk I had seen at the wharf. "I'm sure I beg your pardon," I said. "I was thinking it was my fault." He had a very pleasant smile. "Really, I'm afraid it was mine. I was looking about for the name of the street. I don't know this part of the city at all well. This is the Kursenstrasse, isn't it?" "Yes, what number do you want?" 268D, he replied, looking at an adjoining house door. It was the number of von Felsen's house. What did W. Mischsen want with him? I became very friendly at once. "I'll show it you," and I turned with him. "I have nothing to do, and it's very curious. I wanted to have a chat with you." I would not risk going up with him to the door, lest the servant should report the fact to von Felsen, but I waited for him, standing near enough to observe that he delivered a message and not a letter. What that message was I would learn before the night was out by hook or crook, and when he rejoined me I led the way to a restaurant and insisted on his joining me at supper. I did him well, a good meal, plenty of the best wine, and a cigar such as he rarely smoked. While we were eating, I spun him a yarn about my intention to start a big wharfingers business, asked his advice about a heap of things, flattered his judgment, and worked him into a properly loquacious mood. I then sounded him as to whether he would care to enter my employ, and named a salary about 3 times as big as he had any reason to expect, with light hours and so on, and in this way worked round to an expression of surprise that he should have to stop so late at work. It was very plain sailing then. He did not always work so late, he said, but he had been asked to stay that night until one of the heads of his present firm arrived from the lawyer's, where he had been engaged in regard to the lease of the wharf. There was really no reason why they should have kept me, but I am never afraid of an extra hour or two, of course. This was for my benefit as his future employer. "Of course they will pay you. When I detain one of my clerks, I always do what is proper, especially when the business is important." This wasn't, only a trifle about the lease of the wharf. Herr von Felsen is the owner of it, you know, and he was to have delivered it tonight, but something came in the way. All I had to do, after all, was to take a message that they would call for it tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. "Well, I am glad they did detain you, as it turns out," and I poured him out a last glass of wine. I was indeed glad, but the reason was not quite so much on the surface as his smile showed me he thought. "I suppose the gentleman you have been to is a very wealthy man, then?" "Oh, yes. They tell me he owns no end of property. What luck some people have." As I knew that von Felsen hadn't a single brick or plank to call his own, I put my own construction on the story about the lease, and as I had got all I wanted from the clerk, I brought the interview to a close soon afterwards, having taken his address and given him to understand that he would hear more from me soon. The incident was a piece of such stupendous luck that I could scarcely believe in my good fortune. If all went well, I should be too firmly seated in saddle within 24 hours for anyone to be able to unhorse me. That lease meant the stolen papers, and with them in my hands I could laugh at every other difficulty, and that I could drag them from von Felsen by my knowledge of his guilt I was certain. And the vein of good luck was not exhausted with that one precious nugget. Althea came to me first thing in the morning, looking so white and troubled that I was full of concern. "Your father's not worse?" I asked quickly. "No, he is better, much better, but he will not think of leaving the city. He will not listen to me when I urge it." "It does not matter so much now," I said cheerfully. "Ah, but it does. The trouble is greater than ever. Read this. It was brought to the house this morning." And she handed me a letter. "Addressed in your own name," I exclaimed, glancing at the envelope. Then I read the letter. It was from von Felsen. He said that he knew the Baron was in the house, that my arrest had been decided upon for having sheltered him, and that her father's presence with others at the Jew's house on the night of the murder was known. He concluded, "You must give me your decision today, and upon your decision every one of the steps I have mentioned will depend. If you are not my wife by tonight, the word will be spoken, and everything will be too late. Meanwhile, Herr Bastable's house is being watched closely. I shall come this afternoon for your answer." "You see now," cried Althea in dismay, as I stood thinking over the letter. "I shall do it, Mr. Bastable. It's the only way." "It depends upon where and when he means the marriage to take place," I answered, speaking out of my thoughts rather than in a reply to her words. "You agree that I should do it?" she asked almost piteously. We were standing at the moment opposite a large mirror, and as I looked by chance at our reflections, a thought struck me. I turned to her with a smile. "I think perhaps you will have to agree to his terms." "You smile at this!" she cried, not without a touch of indignation. "God forbid that I should smile at anything threatening your whole life as this would do. I must think. But if you can bring yourself to consent, you must make your own conditions as to the time and place of the marriage." "And this is all you have to say?" "No. The marriage will not take place, because he dare not do anything against my will. Don't lose heart for an instant." "Tell me. You must see what it means to me, this suspense. You are in such danger. And Bessie." "We were never safer, that I assure you. But trust me and have patience." "You know I trust you." And she laid her hand on my arm. "Yes, I do know it. And bear this in mind. I am absolutely confident that we shall win. Remember that. And if you see me appear to be alarmed and even panic-stricken, don't believe what you see." She let her eyes rest on mine. "I should never believe that," she said. At that moment Bessie said her father was calling for her, and we parted. I took my sister to my room and had a long talk with her, and in the end sent her out to make one or two purchases for the plan that had occurred to me, telling her to be very careful that she was not followed. I should have gone myself, but after von Felsen's statement that the house was being carefully watched, she could do what had to be done better than I could. When she returned, we were busy together for 2 or 3 hours, at the end of which we had a little rehearsal. "It is positively wonderful, Paul, wonderful." "It will do in the dark, anyhow," I replied, quite satisfied with the result. "Say nothing to Althea about it, but if you can manage it, drop her a hint that I have had very bad news. It is so essential she should act naturally when von Felsen comes that I must even venture to frighten her a little. I would not trust myself to see Althea herself again before von Felsen's visit, lest I should be led to tell her everything in my desire to relieve her anxiety. So much depended upon his being entirely deceived that I dared not take the risk of her not being able to appear completely sincere in what she had to promise. It was a hard task to mislead her even for so short a time, and 20 times I started off to relieve the suspense I knew was torturing her. But I did not go. Then von Felsen arrived. He asked openly for Fräulein von Ringheim, and by my orders Ellen showed him into my room. He was a very different man from the shaken reed he had been when I had interviewed him at the club on the night of the Jew's murder. He was now self-confident, resolved, and sure of himself on the strength of the cards he held. On the other hand, I endeavoured to express alarm and genuine apprehension. "It is no use your denying that Fräulein Althea is here, Herr Bastable. I know it and the police know it. I shan't go without seeing her." "What are you going to do?" I asked, letting my eyes fall before his. "That all depends on what she does. You have made a holy mess of things in your cleverness. Your house is watched by the police, and you can't escape. If things go wrong, you'll have to answer for having had the Baron here. I know he's here, too." "You are not going to play on a woman's fears about her father, are you?" A spice of mild indignation in this. "As for me, you can't harm me." "Harm you? Can't I?" he cried with a snort of anger. "Perhaps you'll change your tone when I tell you on my honour—" "Never mind your honour," I cut in with a sneer which had the intended effect of adding anger to his bluster. "When I leave this house I shall only have to hold up my finger, and the lot of you will be inside the nearest jail as quickly as you can be taken there by the police. You and Althea and her father and your sister too. You are all in this, you know, and if you provoke me, by heaven I'll do it at once." I did not reply, but sat looking down at the table in intense dismay. "Now, are you going to deny that she is in the house?" he cried triumphantly after a pause. "No, I don't deny it." The words seemed to be wrung from me, and I continued my stare of dismay at the table. "I thought that would bring you to your senses. Where is she?" "I'll take you up to her." And I rose. "No, thank you, I don't want you," he declared with a short laugh. I sat down again. "I must think it all over," I murmured with a sigh of concern. "She's in the drawing-room, the room at the top of the stairs." "I'll find it right enough, you bet." He went to the door and then turned for a last shot. "You understand, Bastable, if she says no, you'll all sleep in jail tonight." I let my head sink on my hand, and with a last leer of satisfaction he went out. My only fear was lest I had overdone it, but he was anything but a keen observer, and was himself a man of exaggerated gesture. I waited a few minutes to give him time to put his cowardly proposition to Althea, and then, having rumpled my hair a bit to give the appearance of intense perturbation, I followed to add my plea to his, that Althea should agree to marry him. It was, as she had said, the only way, but in furtherance of my plans instead of his. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of An Imperial Marriage by Arthur W. Marchmont. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Carolyn. Chapter 19. Von Felsen gains his end. I entered the room just when matters had reached the crisis. Althea, very pale and troubled, was sitting near the window, and von Felsen stood over her dictating his terms. He had wrought upon her fears until she was on the point of yielding. He resented my interference, therefore, fearing lest I should cause her to change her mind, and he turned on me angrily. "There's no need for you to come here, Herr Bastable. You can do no good." I could not keep away. So much depends upon Fräulein Althea's decision that I must know it at once. I spoke like one distracted with a doubt. A gloating, boastful, confident smile, for which I could have kicked him, was his reply. Althea shuddered at it, and then turned to me. "What else can I do, Mr. Bastable?" I flung up my hands and sighed distractedly. "This cannot be necessary. Herr von Felsen must give us a little time in which to think. I have still influence, and I must go and see what I can do." "If you leave the house, it will be to go straight to prison," he declared with a sneer. Althea winced again at this. "You see, I must do it." "You coward!" I cried to him. Then I started as if an idea had just occurred to me. "I can stop you. I had forgotten. You are pledged to marry Fräulein Ziegler. She shall know of this at once." And I turned as if to hurry from the room. "Stop!" he shouted. "Leave this room, and at that instant I will call in those outside." I stopped obediently, as if baffled and frightened. Then I gave another little start and shot a furtive, cunning glance at him. "You said just now you didn't want me in the room," I said slowly. He looked at me very searchingly. "You stop here. I can read your thought easily enough, but you won't fool me. Neither you nor anyone here will leave this house until Fräulein Althea is my wife. Understand that." I did not reply, but sat down and began to finger my moustache, moving my eyes about as if thinking of some means to outwit him. "We shall see," I said with a repetition of the cunning smile. "Mr. Bastable," said Althea, in a tone of appeal. No, there must be some other way. I'm not afraid for myself." Then I laughed. "If we are not to leave the house, then there shall be no marriage. There shall be none here, that I swear. Let come what may, there shall not. You are driving me to bay, von Felsen. Have a care, man, what you do." I spoke without passion, but the suggestion of threat in my tone drew his eyes upon me and started his suspicions. Althea was completely puzzled by my conduct, and I was glad to see that. If I could mislead her after what I had said that morning, I was sure to be successful with the grosser wits of von Felsen. "Herr von Felsen has proposed that the marriage shall take place here this evening, and it must be so," she said after a pause. No, it shall not," I cried quickly, and then as quickly, and with apparent inconsistency, changed my note. I clenched my hands and shot a glance of intense malevolence at him. "Wait, I agree. Yes. Come here this evening, then. On second thoughts, it will be best so. I'll see that everything is ready for you then. Yes, this evening and here." He read this as I wished. "No, thank you," he answered with a knowing shake of the head. "I'm glad you reminded me in time. We'll have it where it will be a little safer. I shall have to trouble you to come to my house, Althea. I've no intention to have the marriage wind up with a funeral." And he nodded again at me with a chuckle at having so cleverly read my thought. I endeavoured to portray the picture of outwitted cunning. "Oh, you needn't be afraid of coming here, and it will be much more convenient." "You mind your own business," he blurted out. "If the thing has to be done at all, it should at least be done with the least trouble to Fräulein Althea. That means here," I protested. "There will be plenty of trouble if it isn't done," came the retort with a bullying smile. "Now, please, Althea, your answer." Her face was a mask of troubled perplexity as she pressed her hands tightly together. She shot a look of appeal at me. "You needn't look at him. He can't help you." I jumped up with a heavy sigh, made as if to rush out of the room, remembered myself, and went to the window and stared out. Von Felsen laughed. "I agree," said Althea in a low, trembling tone. I groaned, and von Felsen laughed again. As if stung by the laugh to a last protest, I turned round. "How do you know that this man will keep his word?" I cried desperately to Althea. "He hates me, and his first step, when all is too late, may be to betray me." "I thought you didn't care about yourself," he sneered. That I should be in a condition of abject fear about myself appeared natural enough to him, no doubt. "Fräulein Althea!" I exclaimed, as she did not reply at once. "He has pledged his word, Herr Bastable." "His word? What is that worth?" "You needn't let yourself be scared out of your wits, at any rate," he said with another sneer. He was enjoying his triumph intensely, and the sight of my fear was the best part of it, apparently. "If the Baron and Althea are pardoned, who's going to hurt you? You'll be all right," he declared contemptuously. "I'm not thinking of myself," I replied vaingloriously, but putting a note of relief into my voice. "But there's the rest of his promise." Are you a fool? Do you think I'm likely to let my wife be prosecuted as a traitor? You know what Herr Borsen told you. You are only trying to deceive Althea by this rot. Your wife? But she will not be your wife when she leaves here. Have the marriage here as you proposed at first. There will be some guarantee then that you mean to run straight. The marriage will be where I say, he answered angrily. It must be as he wishes, Mr. Bastable. What do you wish? He asked him. I shall come for you at 7 o'clock. I gave a start at this, and he turned to me sharply. No, I shan't be fool enough to enter the house, thank you. I shall wait for you in the carriage, Althea, and if a single soul except you attempts to leave at the same time, there'll be trouble. That's all. A very gallant groom, I sneered. But Althea interposed with a gesture of protest. There are some hours of grace yet, I muttered. And the house will be carefully watched all through those hours. Don't forget that. I shan't run any risks. I shall be here at 7 then, he added to Althea, and moved toward the door. I started as if to follow him, but he stopped me. I believe he was afraid I should shoot him. You stop here, thank you. I can find my way out as I found it in. I fell back a step as if frightened, and he left us. Oh, Mr. Bastable! Cried Althea the instant his back was turned, almost overcome by the scene. I put my fingers to my lips. I thought he might linger a while to listen. He has us at every turn. My God, I shall go mad, I believe, I cried in a voice loud enough to reach him if he were there, and I thought I could catch the sound of a chuckle outside. A minute afterwards we heard the front door slammed, and I went out to be sure that he had really gone. Then I hurried back to Althea. "Wasn't that just lovely?" I asked with a smile. "Don't look so frightened. I was afraid to tell you my plan for fear that if you had it in your thoughts, you might not have been able to prevent his suspicions being aroused. You must forgive me that. Everything has gone splendidly." "I don't understand in the least," she cried in her infinite perplexity. "You agreed to it all." "Did I not tell you not to believe your eyes if you saw me agree? Tell me now everything." "Of course I will. Stand up here a moment." She came to me and we stood before the mirror. Once before, this morning, we were standing together just as we are now, and I happened to look in that glass. It suggested a thought. See if anything is suggested to you. She looked and turned to me as she shook her head. "I don't understand in the least." "You are a tall girl, and I am not a very tall man, so that our height is nearly the same. You are broad-shouldered for a girl, I am the reverse for a man. If I were dressed as you are, the difference would be imperceptible." "But I am dark, and you are fair, and your moustache—" "Any sort of dark wig will alter the hair. Bessie bought one this morning. A razor will deal with the moustache. A touch or two on the eyebrows and a veil fairly thick will do the rest. I am going to borrow your dress for the evening's entertainment." "Oh, Paul!" she cried, catching my arm, the name slipping out in her agitation. I laid my hand on hers and took it gently into mine. She left it there. "Did you really believe I would let you marry that brute? My dear, I would take his life first. This was all make-believe just now. I frightened him from having the marriage here. He thought I should kill him if he did, because it is necessary that I should be at his house tonight." "But the danger to you," she murmured, "is as straw to iron compared with the danger to him. Today I could have spoken a word which would have brought him cringing to heel like the cur he is." "Why didn't you?" "Almost I spoke it when he was blustering here, but I have a still better plan. Put away all your fears and let me see a smile in place of all that pain and agitation. I tell you surely that by tomorrow all the clouds will have passed." "I am only afraid for you," she whispered. "And I, well, I will tell you when I have succeeded what other feeling than fear I have had about you in all this time." Her answer was a smile, almost as if she knew. For the moment the words trembled on my lips, but I pressed them back. We stood the while in silence. "It has been so terrible that I can scarcely dare to hope," she murmured, her voice unsteady. "Hope? For what, Althea?" I whispered. She raised her head and our eyes met. All was clear to us both then. "You may hope, Althea, I'm sure." Instinctively I stretched out my arm, and of herself she came to me and laid her head on my shoulder. "You know what I have hoped then." "Paul," just a sigh of happiness and full content. "You love me, ah, Althea!" and took the sweet face between my hands, and then our lips met in the lingering ecstasy of love's first kiss. "My dearest," I whispered. A little fluttering sigh of delight escaped her as her head was again pillowed on my shoulder, and in that realm of love's entrancing bliss we remained oblivious of all save our own rapture, and heedless each of everything except that together we had come into our own kingdom of happiness and perfect understanding. We were roused by the sound of footsteps approaching the room. Althea drew away from me in tremulous confusion, her eyes shining radiantly, her colour mantling her cheeks. It was my sister. "I was just coming for you, Bess," I said hurriedly, meeting her as she entered. "I couldn't think where you were. You were awfully quiet." And she looked from one to the other doubtfully, and then went toward Althea. Althea turned quickly on her approach, and kissed her very lovingly, and put her arms around her waist, and seeing her eyes, Bessie understood. "Oh!" Her glance at me was an eloquent substitute for anything more, and then in her turn she put her arms around Althea and hugged her. "I'm going to my room, Bess. Come to me presently," I exclaimed, and left them together. At first, the sense of the rapturous happiness which had come to me filled my thoughts to the exclusion of all else, and it was only Bessie's arrival that called me down from the clouds. She was a good chum, but not usually demonstrative. Now, however, she came straight up to me and kissed me. "It's just lovely, Paul, but of course I've been expecting it, and you too have been a long time coming to an understanding." I laughed. I was in the mood to laugh at anything. "All right," I said inanely. "Ah, you don't understand women, Paul, or you'd have seen it as plainly as I have that Althea has cared for you ever so long," she said sententiously. "Where is she?" "Gone upstairs to her father. That's the only part I don't like in it. But poor Althea can't help that. And now haven't we a lot to do yet? One of the three must be practical and think of things, and Althea can't. Oh, Paul, I never saw anything like her delight." "Yes, I suppose one must be practical even at such a time." And then we plunged into the discussion of my make-up for the evening's business. She had brought Althea's dress down with her, and she fitted on the skirt and made such alterations as were needed. I kept it on in order to accustom myself to it and be able to walk without tumbling over it. I should wear it over my own things, of course, as I knew that I must be able to get it off when the need arose. The bodice proved impossible, however, so Bessie cleverly improvised a substitute, and we arranged that I should wear a short cloak of hers which would come just below my waist, and she so contrived everything that I could readily reassume my own garb. When all was finished I went up to my room to shave off my moustache, and we laughed long and heartily together at my clumsy efforts to follow her instructions about holding up the skirt in getting upstairs. It might have been a sort of mad frolic we were planning instead of the grim business which I knew that night would see. Then came the face make-up and the arrangement of the wig, hat and veil, and while Bessie was intent upon this, I slipped a loaded revolver into the pocket of my jacket, to which I had arranged ready access. "I declare you make quite a pretty girl, Paul, but you're dreadfully awkward. You must take shorter steps or you'll be found out the instant you leave the house," said Bessie, turning to survey the effect a moment later. "Thank goodness there are only a few steps to walk in any event. The only tough part will be in the carriage with the beggar. By Jove, it's close to the time. I'd better be ready in the drawing-room." Just as we reached the room, Ellen met us. She took me for Althea and was so astonished at seeing her dressed for the street that she exclaimed, "Are you going out, miss?" I did not open my mouth and went on, but Bessie replied, "Yes, Ellen, a carriage is coming directly for Fräulein von Ringheim." Since Althea's visit to the police when I had been just taken away, we had dropped all attempt at concealing her name. "And when it arrives, you will just come to this room and tell her." "I could scarcely keep a straight face with Ellen," she said as she joined me. "It took her in anyhow, and that's hopeful, and now I'll spend the last few minutes in practicing this infernal walk." I managed it better after a time, and I was in the middle of the practice when Althea came down. For a moment she mistook me for a friend of Bessie's, and was going out quickly when she recognized her own dress. "I declare I shouldn't have known you, Paul." I walked up to her with the little mincing gait and held out a gloved hand. "I hope you are well," I said in a falsetto voice. I saw how really anxious she was about the thing, and was resolved to treat it as a joke. But Althea was too overwrought to see any but the dangerous side of the affair. "I hope no harm will come to you," she exclaimed fervently. "There is not the slightest fear of anything of the sort. But there mustn't be the three of us in the room when Ellen comes in, or she'll take one of us for a ghost. And the time's up." She came very close to me, and I saw that she was trembling. "I pray to heaven all will be well," she cried earnestly. "Within 5 minutes of our reaching his house, I shall have that fellow on his knees. And now you must go, or I shall be tempted to upset all those beastly arrangements on my head and, well, you know," I laughed. At that moment we heard the sound of the carriage, and she hurried away upstairs. Then I saw how my sister had been hiding her real apprehension under a light laughing humour. "It will be all right, Paul, you are sure?" she asked, her lip trembling. I replied in the same light vein as to Althea. "Unless the fool tries to kiss me in the carriage, or I give myself away, I cannot fail. I shall be back again in a very short time, and remember what I told you. You may have to rush off by the mail tonight. Be ready." Ellen opened the door then and announced that the carriage had come. "Goodbye then, Althea," exclaimed Bessie most naturally, "and with all my heart good luck." She walked with me as far as the front door to cover my burlesque of a girl's gait, and I tiptoed quickly across the pavement, entered the carriage, and leaned forward to wave my hand to her. The next moment the door was shut and we started. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of An Imperial Marriage by Arthur W. Marchmont. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Carolyn. Chapter 20. A Bride Elect. My first inclination on taking my seat in the carriage with von Felsen was to laugh. His face wore such an expression of self-satisfaction and triumph that the absurdity of it appealed almost irresistibly to my sense of humour. The whole thing was like a little farcical curtain-raiser at the theatre which prefaces the real drama. That he did not discover the deception at once was a cause of wonderment to me. If my feelings were any indication of my appearance, I must have looked as awkward a creature as ever wore a petticoat. The skirt of the dress was, anyhow. That is to say, it hung in awkward creases and folds as I sat with my legs doubled close under me for fear that he should see my very ungirlish feet. I had to keep my hands out of sight, pulled uncomfortably up under my short cloak, and I had to sit bolt upright because, when I had tried to appear overcome and had leant back against the side of the carriage, I was within an ace of dislodging the whole of my headgear, hat, veil, wig, and everything. But of all the troubles of that terrible costume, I think the veil was the worst. It tickled my nose, it irritated my freshly shaven upper lip, it caught my eyelashes and brought the tears to my eyes. It interfered with my sight, and it made me twitch my lips and chin and nose as if I had St. Vitus dance, until I could have sworn aloud at it in all the languages I knew. I presume that von Felsen took my extraordinary attitude for sullenness, and he appeared quite undecided as to the correct manner in which to behave to a girl he was forcing to marry him. He made very little effort to speak to me during the journey, and the attempts he did make were of course unsuccessful in eliciting anything from me but a gesture of indignation or anger. "I'm sorry to have had to do this, Althea," he said after one of those gestures of mine. I had just turned my back on him as he had sought to get hold of my hand in a spoony way. I shrugged my shoulders and gave a little toss of the head, none too energetic, of course, for fear of consequences. "I'll make it up to you. You know that, dearest. You know that I worship the very ground you tread on, and all my life shall be devoted to make you happy." It was a queer sensation to have a man making love to me, and if I could have counterfeited Althea's voice, I'd have let him on a bit. Although how any girl could feel romantic with a thing tickling her face, as that infernal veil was tickling mine, beat me. My chief sensation was an almost overpowering desire to rub my nose. My silence and my attitude of resentful disbelief annoyed him. "You let me make love to you before that infernal Englishman came in the way," he said, only he used a stronger epithet for me. "I suppose he has done his best to set you against me, but I'm even with him now." I maintained the same stolid coldness. "Aren't you going to speak a word to me?" he cried after a long pause, and he bent forward and tried to look into my face. It was fortunately a very dull evening, and the light inside the carriage was so dim that even at close quarters he could not have made out my features, but I took care he should not get too close and twisted away from him. Then he commenced to claw for my hand again. I was afraid he would put his arm around my waist, for I knew that the dimensions of it would give him something of a shock. As it was, he fooled about with my arm, and that he did not at once discover that no girl, except an athlete, was likely to have an arm as hard as mine was amazing. However, he got hold of my fingers. I was sitting with arms crossed, and when I found that the size of them did not arouse his suspicions, I let him retain his hold. This appeared to satisfy him, and he kept hold, squeezing them now and again, as if he found great pleasure in the business. I could not refrain from speculating whether a girl in such circumstances would have thought a man such an awful ass as I thought him. I suppose she would. He appeared to regard his hand-fumbling business as a sign of relenting on my part, for we were quite close to his house before he said any more. "The mere touch of your hand is a delight to me, Althea," he murmured like the fatuous idiot he was making of himself. I drew my hand away and turned my back squarely upon him. The sigh he gave might have come right from the pit of his stomach and been gathering weight all the journey. I will make you love me yet, Althea. You are the only woman in the world to me." Not a very original sentiment, perhaps, but apparently quite earnest, and before he could make any further headway with his love-making, the carriage drew up at his door. He got out and held his hand to help me, but I disdained his assistance, and grabbing hold of my dress in the way in which Bessie had carefully instructed me, I stepped out and hurried up the steps and into the hall. Seated there was the clerk from W. Mischsen, and he rose at my entrance and gave me a long curious stare. In his eyes I was of course a lady of quality, and he scanned me from head to foot. I had presence of mind enough to let my dress fall well over my boots, however. When von Felsen saw him, he started and was for hurrying me into his room, but the clerk stepped forward. "I came for the lease and papers, sir, from W. Mischsen," he said respectfully. "You are before your time, but I'll see you in a minute," replied von Felsen, changing colour and speaking nervously. "This way, Althea," and he pushed the door open for me to enter. I had feared to find in the room the priest and any others who were to be present at the marriage, and I hesitated a second on the threshold. The hesitation was really no more than an involuntary start of surprise and pleasure at seeing it empty. It was his private room, as I knew. But he mistook the gesture for one of doubt of him. "The rest are in the room opposite," he hastened to explain. "I wish to speak to you first. We must have an understanding before we go to the others," he added when we were inside and he had closed the door behind us. "There must be no tricks before the priest. You must promise me not to make a scene of any sort." The moment had come for undeceiving him, but as he was standing between me and the door, I tried to put it off for a while longer. I shrugged my shoulders, and then, as if seized with a sudden frenzy of despair, I clapped my hands to my face and flopped down on a chair. My back was to him, of course, for the electric lights were full on. He came to me and laid a hand on my shoulder, but I shook it off, got up and rushed to another chair nearer the door, and gave such a back view of a girl's agitation as I could manage to portray. It was sufficient for the purpose. "You must compose yourself, Althea," he said, following me. I glanced around and shuddered as if at his approach, and ventured to grunt out a little moan of pain. He stopped and looked at me, half in anger and half in dire perplexity. "I won't come near you, then," he growled, and down he plumped into a chair to watch for any signs of my return to self-control. I was now between him and the door, and was much easier in mind, and began to prepare stealthily to throw off the disguise. I had taken off my gloves when it occurred to me to try to continue the scene long enough to induce him to get out the papers for which the clerk was waiting. I had no doubt they were in the room somewhere. I remained inconsolable, therefore, until his patience waned. He sat for some time tapping his fingers restlessly on the table and staring at me, and then with a sign of vexation rose and crossed to an old bureau desk. "For heaven's sake, calm yourself, Althea. The thing has got to go through if you mean to save your father," he said, "and I pledge you my honor that afterwards I will do everything in my power to make you happy. I will, on my soul." I responded to this with a gesture sufficient to enable me to turn and see what he was doing, and let out a sigh. I saw that he was watching me furtively while he opened some secret recess in the bureau and took out a carefully sealed envelope. I sighed again, this time with a genuine feeling of relief, and rose. He put the envelope quickly into his pocket and turned. "I have one little thing to do first," he said, and was coming toward the door when I gave him the first of his surprises. I stepped forward quickly, locked the door, and took out the key. "What are you doing, Althea?" he cried. I put my back to the door and, slipping my hand through the opening in my skirt, got my revolver in readiness. With the other hand I took hold of the string with which we had tied on the skirt. All the top hamper of hat and so on would come off with one vigorous tug. Thus prepared, I waited to see what he would do next. His first attempt was bluster. "How dare you lock that door? If you think to try to cheat me at the last moment, it will not help you. I have only to send word and your father will be in jail." He was afraid to speak too loudly for fear that those outside should hear him, but his temper was rising quickly. On my side, I was absolutely indifferent who heard us, and I stood stock still, with my back against the door, staring at him as hard as I could stare through the meshes of the thick veil. "Open that door or give me the key at once. Do you hear, Althea? This is all foolishness. Then I shall take it from you," he continued, when he got no reply. He came up to me and I thrust him away. Even then he did not suspect the trick I had played him. Presumably he could not believe anyone could have made such a fool of him. He was at a loss what to do next. He was but a weakly fellow, and the strength with which I had pushed him away had startled him. "What is it you want, Althea? I'll do anything you wish." I chose that moment to end the farce. I drew the tape which held up the skirt, and with a vigorous tug got rid of the hat and wig and threw it all aside as I disentangled my legs from the skirt. He started back as though I were the devil himself. I must have looked a curious figure. I had had to roll up my trousers to prevent their being seen underneath the dress. I still had on Bessie's short cloak, and was thus still garbed on top partly as a man and partly as a woman, while my drawers showed as high as my knees. But it was not the humour of the change which appealed to him now. His wide eyes were fixed on my face, and then on the revolver, which I took good care should attract a full share of his attention. "Sit down and hold your tongue until I tell you to speak," I said. He was ashen white and trembled violently, but he was obedient enough. He sat down, or rather fell into a chair, and glared helplessly at me. I got rid of the rest of the disguise, and then rolled down my trousers. I had to free myself from the sense of the ridiculous figure I cut. He watched every movement like a lynx. I bundled the things into a heap. "You can send them back to my house presently," I said with a grim laugh. "And now we can talk. First, give me that paper which you were to send by that fellow in the hall." He tried to force some sort of lie in response, but his lips were trembling so that he could not frame the words. "I am glad to see you are suffering from a touch of the agitation you were quite ready to inflict on Althea. Now don't make any mistake. You have to do exactly what I order you. It's a matter of life or death to you." I gave him time to digest this so that it might sink right into his inmost convictions and saturate his little soul with terror. He had enjoyed the sensation that afternoon of riding roughshod over me, and he should learn now how it felt to have someone else in the saddle. Judging by his looks, he found the experience mightily depressing. In the pause, someone knocked at the door. A passing gleam of hope flashed into his eyes, and he half rose. But I lifted my weapon just the fraction of an inch, and gestured to him to keep his seat. He obeyed and crouched back in the chair like a whipped hound. In this way we waited till the knock was twice repeated. "Tell them to go away," I ordered. And then he gave me a surprise in my turn. "Break the door open!" he called in as loud a tone as he could master. But fear had clogged his utterance so that they could not hear his words distinctly. "What did you say, sir?" called someone in response. Before he could reply to this, I sprang on him and tore the coveted packet from his pocket, ripped off the seals, and glanced at the contents. The glance was enough to satisfy me of the prize I had secured. "You can call them in now if you dare. I don't want your life now." He stood a few seconds staring at me, quivering with rage and fear, and then the question was repeated from outside. "Don't try that trick again, mind," I said. "Go away till I call," he answered. "Good," I said with a grim smile. "Now listen to me. Do what I tell you and you shall have a chance to get out of the mess. Go to your desk there and make up a dummy packet like this in appearance and give it to the man who is waiting." For the moment he was incapable of movement. The failure of his little attempt to outwit me and the result had unnerved him utterly. "You are going to kill me," he murmured, wiping the sweat from his forehead. "Not if you do as I bid you. I don't lie, and I have passed my word." It was necessary to steady his nerves in some degree for what I meant him to do, so I waited while he fought down some of his paralyzing terror. Presently he rose and shambled across to the desk, steadying himself as he went by holding to the furniture. He fell into the chair before it and buried his head in his hands and groaned. "Come, make an effort." He started at the sound of my voice and glanced around at me. I think he was the most despicable coward I have ever seen. With another deep sigh, he picked out an envelope like the one I had taken from him, and then with shaking fingers folded some sheets of paper, placed them in it, and addressed it. "Seal it," I ordered, as he held it out to me. This occupied a longish time, and in his agitation he burnt his fingers badly with the wax. "So far so good," I said. "Now a note to the priest that the ceremony cannot take place. It can't very well, unless you wish to marry me," I added with a short, unpleasant laugh. With a great effort, he succeeded in writing the note, and again held it out for me to read. "Now take these to the door and tell your servant to give the one to the priest and the other to the messenger from W. Mischsen. Not a syllable more. I shall be behind you with this." And I held up the revolver. I rang the bell and we crossed the room together. I unlocked the door and stood close behind him with the muzzle of my weapon pressed close to his ribs. "My finger's on the trigger," I whispered, as the servant knocked and he opened the door. He was too abjectly frightened to try any tricks this time, and delivered the message just as I had told him. The next instant the door was safely locked once more, and he tottered back to his seat. "You can take your own time now to recover, but you have a good deal more writing to do, so you better pull yourself together." A silence lasting some minutes followed, and I used the time to read the paper which I had secured and to make a rough précis of it. He glanced up once or twice at me the while, and when I put the paper back into the envelope he asked, "What are you going to do with that?" I paid no heed to this question. "Are you ready? Then go over to your desk again and write me a true account of how you got this." This threw him again into a condition of trembling fear. "What do you want it for?" he stammered. "I'll give you 2 minutes to make a start in," and I drew out my watch. He got up and fumbled his way to the desk again, and after a pause began to write with many delays and hesitation. Presently I crossed and over his shoulder read what he had written, a silly lie about having found the paper. I tore the sheet from the desk and crumpled it up. "Don't think to palm off that lie to me. I know how you got it. Write the truth, or I sent for Herr Borsen." The threat had little effect, however. "I swear on my soul that this is the truth," he muttered, looking round. "You are playing with your life, man. Your only chance of getting me to hold my tongue is to make a clean breast of it, not only about your theft, but another thing." "What do you mean?" Just a whisper of terror, no more. "Your loss of this." I took out the ring which I had found on the night of Ziegler's murder. It was the breaking point. He stared at it a second like a man bereft of his wits, gave one glance up into my stern, set face, and with a groan let his head fall on the desk before it. "Come," I said, shaking him roughly. But he had swooned, and when I released my grip of him, he slipped from the chair to the ground and lay a huddled heap on the floor. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of An Imperial Marriage by Arthur W. Marchmont. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Carolyn. Chapter 21. Like a Dog at Heel. As soon as I realized that von Felsen had fainted, I laid him on his back and turned round for some spirits. I found some brandy, and after having poured about half a wineglass down his throat, left him to recover his senses. He was in a desperate plight when he came to, and at one time I was so alarmed by his looks and his feeble, flickering pulse that I was on the point of calling assistance. If his heart failed while he and I were alone together, it might be awkward for me. For him I had no sort of feeling but loathing and contempt, and whether he lived or died was a matter of indifference so long as he lived long enough to do what I required. When he was looking his worst, he rallied a bit, however, and another dose of the spirits set his pulse beating again with less irregularity and some strength. After a while he sat up and looked about him vacantly. "I fainted?" he said in a weak, shaky voice. "Yes," I nodded. "I found your brandy and gave you some." "Give me some more. Oh my God, I remember now," he cried wildly, and clapped both his hands to his face. I gave him the spirit, and the glass rattled as he placed it to his chattering teeth. "You'd better get on the sofa and lie down for a while." He glanced at me like a dog at his master, crawled across the floor to the couch, and dragged himself up slowly onto it. He was shivering violently, so I threw over him the skirt of the dress I had worn and left him to himself for a long time, half an hour probably. I took out again the paper he had stolen from his father's office and reread it carefully, fixing all the main points in my memory. Old Ziegler had known well what he was about in forcing von Felsen to steal such a document, and in getting me to agree to publish it in London. It was nothing less than a complete statement of the Kaiser's shipbuilding policy for the future, the strength of the future navy, a full list of the ships which were to be built, their tonnage, equipment and armament, the number of the crews needed, everything given with scrupulous detail. Against every vessel indicated there was the name of a British vessel with the same details of its size and armament. In each case, the German vessel was to be of superior strength. It told its own story with a clearness of inference that no one could mistake. That it was an authentic document I could not doubt. It was full of interlineations and corrections in different handwritings. I recognized one or two of them, and the whole appearance of the thing convinced me that it would have been practically impossible for von Felsen or anyone else to have forged it. That its disclosure would have raised a storm all over Europe was as certain as that day follows night, and that it would injure the imperial government immensely was equally clear, in view of the then excited condition of public feeling. It might even have provoked a war with England. Already the relations between the two countries had been strained almost to a breaking point by the Kaiser's hot-headed telegram to the Boer president and the belief of his desire to intervene in the war in South Africa. Even had I been still a newspaperman, I should have hesitated to take the responsibility of publication, and as it was, I did not contemplate such a step for an instant. I had obtained possession of it for my own private ends, and for those I would use it. For such a purpose it was precisely what I needed. But the instant the theft was discovered, There would be such a hue and cry raised that the mere possession of it would be the source of danger. Luckily, I had foreseen something of this, and it was my plan to get it out of the country with the least possible loss of time. It was for this that I had told my sister to be ready to leave by the mail. Time was getting on too, so I roused von Felsen. "Come, you must get to work," I said. "I can't wait any longer." With a heavy sigh he sat up. "What do you want?" "Write me the truth as to how you came by this paper, where it was kept, in whose charge it was, how you knew of its existence, why you stole it, and precisely the steps you took to obtain it. As short as you like, but in such detail that your story can be tested." "I daren't. It's more than my life's worth," he protested. "You can choose between that and standing your trial for Ziegler's murder. Without this ring, I have enough evidence to convict you. What you did before the crime, where you went from, how you gained admittance to the house, when you left, where you went, and mark this, what you did with the weapon." The greater part of all that was, of course, a mere bluff, and I put it only in general terms. But he was in such a fear of me that it was a safe bluff. Not for a second did he doubt that I could make every syllable good. I could tell that by his looks. After another groan of anguish, he rose and crossed to the desk. "What do you mean to do with it?" he asked, looking around with the pen in his hand. "Hush it all up if you go straight. Use it if you don't." After a pause he began to write, and the scratch of his pen was the only sound in the room for many minutes. I took each half sheet as he finished it, and had no doubt he was writing the truth. He was completely in the toils of the old Jew, and the latter had forced him to do this under the threats of ruin and exposure. He had been drawn into the toils of the Polish party, and they had threatened to tell the information which he had sold to them on former occasions. This was to be the price of his complete emancipation from them, and in dire fear of them he had consented. "You were to receive 20,000 marks. Put that in," I interrupted. It was an excellent stroke. He was overwhelmed by the fact that I knew so much, and it settled all thought of any doubts about the rest of my knowledge. "Let me leave that out," he whined. "Do as I say," I rapped back sternly, and he obeyed. Then he went on to describe the means by which he had committed the theft. He had duplicate keys of all the locks in his father's office. When he had finished the confession and signed it, I made him hand over those keys to me. With such a piece of evidence as they constituted in my hands, I cared comparatively little whether his statement were true or false. They would speak for themselves. The writing of the confession with the breaks and pauses occupied nearly an hour, and I could see that he was nearly collapsing, so I told him to make the statement about Ziegler's murder very short. "I have enough evidence without this at all," I declared, and he believed me. But I made him give such an account of his doings on the night, and particularly about the dagger he had used, where he had obtained it, and what he had done with it, as would enable me at need to find the proofs of his guilt. When the ordeal was over, he tottered back to the couch and laid down exhausted, and I gave him a few minutes while I ran through both his statements. Then I was ready to leave. "Now about your future. I'll keep my word to you. The stolen paper and your keys shall be returned to your father's office as the price of Baron von Ringheim's pardon. I shall see your father and show him what you have written about it all, and you know well enough that no harm will come to you through him as the result. Are you listening?" A feeble gesture of the hand was his only response. "You'd better, for your life hangs on your understanding all I say and doing what I tell you. Your admission for the murder I shall keep a dead secret." He started at that, raised himself on his elbow and looked across at me. "On one condition. You must be out of the country within 24 hours. If I find you here at the end of that time, I shall hand it to the police." With a deep breath of relief, he sank back. I'll go, but I've no money." "I'll find you enough to get away with." And I laid a sum on the table. "And as soon as you are across the frontier, you can communicate with your friends." The assurance that he was to have a chance to save his worthless skin had a surprisingly invigorating effect on him. Now that the suspense was over and he knew the worst which could befall him, he was greatly relieved. He got up and lighted a cigarette. "Don't go yet," he said. I was at the door and turned. "I've made an awful mess of things," he went on. "I don't want to discuss the ethics of your conduct," I retorted. "I'll go straight now. I'll prove it to you in a minute. But I want you to know that I didn't go to Ziegler's with any intention of killing him. I went to get off that marriage with the daughter, and it was only when we quarreled that he made me mad, and I did it. He threatened me. Anyhow, you had arranged that someone else should do it, because you had secretly accused him of treachery to his associates, and there isn't much difference between the two." "How the devil do you get to know so much?" "Yes, I did that. I'll admit it to you after all this. But I'll go straight as I said. And here's the proof so far as you are concerned. The police are still around your house, and if you were to go back without a sign from me, you'd all be arrested." I had not thought of that. "You'd better give me something then." He went again to the desk and wrote a line or two. "You are to withdraw your men. Hugo von Felsen," I read when he handed it to me. "Perhaps that will convince you that I am in earnest," he said. "Give it to the fellow in charge there. I shall leave for Austria tonight." And with that we parted. On my way home I found myself speculating whether he had been sincere in that last act of his, or whether he could possibly have some kind of motive at the back of his head. It was uncommonly like a Greek gift. And then a possible solution occurred to me. My arrest at that moment with the papers I was carrying would have betrayed everything. He had had wit enough to remember that, although I had overlooked it. That sudden return to comparative self-possession took a fresh light in this connection. Could he, even now, when I had possession of such damning proofs of his guilt in both affairs, be contemplating some further treachery? Would he dare such a step? He had been reduced to the lowest depths of abject terror when I had confronted him with the proofs and extracted the confessions from him that it was difficult to credit it was all shamming. What could he do? His life lay in the hollow of my hand, and he knew me well enough to be certain that at the first glimpse of a trick I should act. But he was such a slippery devil I could not be sure, and a dozen suggestions flashed into my thoughts. Had that parade of his about the police surrounding the house been no more than a bluff? There were men there, because I had taken care to see them for myself. But were they really the police? If it had been no more than a lie, it had at any rate resulted disastrously for him. That was a consolation anyway. But if they were only his creatures and not police, why had he given me the letter to order them to withdraw? He might be afraid of the papers falling into their hands, of course, and so constituting a source of practically inexhaustible blackmail for them. But on the other hand, he might be just laying a trap for me to fall into their hands. Whatever view I took of it, I should have to be on the alert, and when I reached the house I kept my hand on the revolver, which had already done me such a service that night. The men were still there, and as I approached, one of them stopped me. He was dressed in the uniform of the police, but he lacked the military bearing of that remarkably fine set of men. "I am from Herr von Felsen, and have this note for one of you," I said as I drew it out. We went to a lamp close at hand, where another man, not in uniform, joined us. They read it, put their heads together in a whispered conference, and then favoured me with a searching stare. "It's right enough," said one of them. "Good night, sir." And with that they turned away, spoke to some others who appeared mysteriously from I don't know where, and all walked away in a body. I waited until they were out of sight before I let myself into the house, and as I closed the door, my sister and Althea came running downstairs. "Is that you, Paul?" asked Bessie. "Yes, everything is as well as we could wish." Althea laid both her hands in mine. "It has been like a nightmare," she said. "Von Felsen thought so too, I can assure you. But with a little luck now, a few hours will see all righted. Get ready to start, Bess. You must go right through to Brussels. Sew these papers into your dress or hide them in any way you like, so long as you get them through safely." "I shall be ready in a few minutes," and she ran off with the packet. "Tell me how you have managed it, Paul. It seems like a miracle," said Althea. I put my arm about her. "I found out things that beat him, and you will have no more trouble through him." "What things?" "Ah, there you must have patience. I am pledged not to speak for 24 hours in order to give him time to leave the country." "He will not go," he answered instantly, shaking her head vigorously. "He dare not stay. If you love me, nothing now can come between us." "If, Paul!" And she put her arms around my neck, and what followed concerned nobody but ourselves. But when she drew away, it was to shake her head doubtingly. "I do not trust him." "Him, no, but his fear, yes. I tell you he dare not play me false." "Pray heaven it will be all right, but I still fear for you, Paul." "It will be as surely as I kiss you now," I whispered. "And now, can you get your father to leave? There's no absolute need now, thank heaven, but while I am doing what I have to do, it would be best for him to be out of the city." "And you?" she asked with quick solicitude. "I shall be all right. I hold all the winning cards, whatever happens." Her dear face clouded, and her brows puckered with a frown as she shook her head. "I could not go if you were to remain. I will not, at least until I know that all is right with you. Nor indeed could I if I would. My father has been in a terrible state for some hours. I told him what you suggested, that the scheme had failed, you know, and he wanted to rush out of the house on the instant. I only stopped him by pointing out the police to him." "They are gone, I'm glad to say. Von Felsen himself gave me a note calling them away. What's that?" I broke off as a sound upstairs reached us, followed a moment afterwards by the shutting of a door. "Bessie, probably," suggested Althea. "Of course, I forgot. But I have been a bit strung up by the night's business. I was going to say that you had better not tell your father the police have been removed. If he will not leave the city, he is safest here." I hurried away then to put von Felsen's confessions and the keys I had taken from him in safe hiding, and soon after that Bessie came down and we started for the station. After what Dormund had told me that day at the station about the passports, I had some doubt whether some demur might be raised about Bessie's departure, but no questions were asked, and she was soon seated in the ladies' compartment with 2 other Englishwomen who, I was glad to hear, were going through to Brussels. In the bustle of the preparations and in giving her full instructions about the packet she was carrying, I had thought no more of the little incident while I was with Althea, but at the last moment I remembered it. "By the way, Bess, did you come out of your room and go back again while I was talking to Althea?" "No, why?" "I thought I heard someone run upstairs and shut a door." "It must have been Baron von Ringheim. He passed my room while I was secreting the papers and went into his own room. I wondered at the time what had taken him downstairs." "By Jove, I hope he didn't hear anything about the police having left the house. I must go back. Wire me the instant you arrive, Bess. Goodbye." The train was signalled out then, and with the last wave of the hand to her I left the station. I was eager to be home again. If the Baron had been anxious to leave the house and had really heard me tell Althea the road was clear, it was quite likely he might take advantage of my absence to carry out his purpose. Anxious as this thought made me, I was not too preoccupied to keep my eyes about me, and it was not without a start of concern that I observed one of the men whom I had seen a short while before at my house. It was the man in plain clothes who joined his uniformed companion to read the letter. He was apparently absorbed in reading a timetable, but I saw that he followed me as I went out. I got into a cab, therefore, and promised a liberal fare for a quick journey. But the night horses of Berlin are not more brilliant than those of London, and we had gone a very short distance before the horse fell. I jumped out and found myself in a by-thoroughfare which the man had taken for a short-cut. I knew my way well enough, however, and set off homewards at a brisk pace, but as I turned into a narrow street, I tripped and fell just as a man rushed round the corner after me and fired a pistol at a very short range and then bolted like a rabbit. My fall probably saved my life, and I jumped up and rushed after him like a fool instead of resting content with my narrow escape. But he disappeared round a corner, and as I darted after him, I ran into a couple of policemen who had heard the shot fired. As no one else was to be seen, they thought I had fired the shot and was running away, and despite all I could say, they insisted upon arresting me. Fortune could not have served me a more scurvy trick at such a moment. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of An Imperial Marriage by Arthur W. Marchmont. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Carolyn. Chapter 22. In Search of the Baron. Anyone who has ever lived in the capital of the German Empire, or indeed in any German town of size, knows the absolute futility of arguing with the police. Definite regulations are laid down for them, as the sand of the sea in number and an auctioneer's catalogue in precision of detail, and unless you are a person of infinite leisure and unruffled temper, you will do what they tell you and do it without remonstrance. When they insisted upon detaining me upon suspicion of having fired the shot which had attracted their notice, I could not restrain a heated protest or two, but I soon ceased to remonstrate. I chafed and fretted at the detention, all the more so because while one of them took charge of me, his companion made a long search for my assailant. He must have been an extremely conscientious fellow, for he showed more than German thoroughness in the search. They are very rarely quick in their methods, but they claim to be sure, and when he returned after nearly an hour, he had quite convinced himself that the man was not hidden anywhere near us. "You must have fired the shot," he said, with an air of satisfied conviction, "or I should have found the man. There was no one else about." He then ran his hands down outside my coat, felt my revolver and drew it out. "Ah, I knew it!" he exclaimed triumphantly. "Do let us go to the station," I said impatiently. "You'll have enough of that before this is settled. Who are you and where do you live?" I said I would explain everything at the police quarters, and to my relief we set off for them then. As a matter of fact, I was not a little bothered how to reply to the questions. If I gave my address, I knew it was quite in accordance with the regulation methods for someone to be sent to search my house, and apart altogether from the alarm which such a proceeding would cause Althea following upon the news of my arrest, there was the awkward fact of the Baron's presence there. Again, the ordinary process of interrogation would be directed to extracting from me a detailed account of my movements during the hours prior to the act with which I was to be charged. Police inquiries under such circumstances are inspired with as much minuteness as the average Teutonic biblical criticism. The inquisitor at such times always presses his questions under the belief that at the bottom of the charge there is some heinous crime which he will be able to unearth if only he is clever enough. The moment I was inside the building, therefore, I made haste to get out my version of the affair, and ended with a request for a communication to be made at once to Dormund or Feldermann. The officer in charge listened with a frown of impatience, and then turned to the men who had taken me in charge. He was a surly individual, and when my revolver was produced he gathered it in with a sort of cluck, such as a broody hen might give on discovering a titbit for her chicks. "You will see that it is loaded in every barrel," I said. He did not even take the trouble to look. The fact that a shot had been fired and that I had been found running away with the possession of a weapon was obviously proof enough for him. "Well, your name and address?" he grunted as he took up his pen very deliberately. "Paul Bastable." "And where do you live? Answer." I replied that I had been a newspaper correspondent, and gave him the name of the paper, adding that both Dormont and Felderman were my friends. "Where do you live?" he repeated. "They know me perfectly well, and I desire to communicate with them." "Address refused," he murmured as to himself, and wrote that down. It was the preface to just such a list of questions as I had anticipated. What I was doing in the streets at that time of night, where I had been, where I was going, why I carried a revolver, why I had fired the shot, what I had done all the evening, and so on. I returned much the same answer to all the questions, that I wished to be allowed to communicate with either Dormont or Felderman, and we reached a deadlock, and he was ordering me to the cells when it occurred to me to play the British subject card. "Wait a moment, please. You have ignored my statement and are going to charge me with a serious offence. I am a British subject and demand to be allowed to communicate with the British consul." I knew he dared not refuse, and was pleased to see his shaggy brows knit more closely than ever as he thought it over. "How do I know that?" he asked after a pause. "Both Herr Dormont and Herr Felderman know it." I was resolved to rub their names into him at every available chance. "Let me assure you that I have told you the absolute truth in regard to that shot. The mistake which your men made was quite intelligible under the circumstances, but it was a mistake. The shot was fired by a man whom I think I could identify. It was fired at me, and I was pursuing him when I was arrested." His face might have been a barber's dummy for all the effect this appeared to produce. A long pause followed while he thought over the position, and then he told the others to take me off to the cells. "You will enter the fact that I have demanded to see my consul, please," I said as I was led away, but like the rest, this elicited no notice. I was left to cool my heels there for about an hour. I did not care two straws about the charge which had been preferred against me, but the delay fretted me almost into a fever, and had I been left much longer, I believe I should have even ventured to make some attempt to escape. But to my intense relief, when the cell door was opened, Dormont was there. He favoured me with one of his driest smiles as he held out his hands. "You have a rare capacity of getting into trouble, Herr Bastable. Surely you know that revolver practice in the streets of Berlin is illegal." "You have some really sharp fellows under you," I retorted with a grin. "Last time they accused me of having murdered myself, and now they think I tried to do it again." He led me off to a room where we were alone. "Now tell me all about it." I told him succinctly what had occurred. He accepted my story at once, and together we smiled at the mistake of the others. "But you had no right to have this thing with you at all," he said, referring to the pistol. "You know the law. We shall have to keep it, and I'm afraid you must be prepared to answer for its possession." "Anyhow, you can see that it hasn't been fired since it was cleaned. Get that quite clear, and I don't mind admitting that I often carry such a thing for my own protection." "Do you still wish to communicate with your consul, or to make any fuss about the mistake these men made?" "I want to get home and to bed. All the rest can hang." "We can manage that, but you'll hear about the revolver from us in a day or two. Here are the rest of your things." And soon afterwards we left the place together. "Have you taken the advice I gave you yet?" he asked as we walked toward my house. "What was that?" "You were at the station tonight, you said. Have your friends gone?" "No," I replied after a pause, "but I can assure you that all that bother is over and done with. I've been very anxious, but I've won all along the line." "I'm very glad to hear it. How?" "You'll hear all about it tomorrow or the next day at the latest." "Well, we're schooled to patience, you know. I hope you're right, and I'm heartily glad you were not detained tonight. It might not have been so easy to get you out tomorrow if a singular rumor running around our place has any foundation about that old Jew's murder. Fortunately, I don't know anything officially, or I couldn't tell you, but I should advise you to be careful. Good night." And without waiting for any reply, he turned away and left me. I attached no importance to his words at the time. It was not probable that anything could have leaked out yet about von Felsen, or the fact that I had got a confession from him, and having that, I cared not a jot for anything else. My one anxiety was to get home and assure myself that Althea's father was still in the house. Althea met me as I entered, and her looks showed me in a second that something was wrong. "Thank heaven you have come, Paul. I have been tortured with the fear that something must have happened to you." "Your father?" I asked. She threw up her hands. "You have guessed it, then?" "Tell me. I have been haunted by the fear that he had heard us speaking about the house being clear of the police." "He has gone, Paul. What do you think can have happened?" At the sight of her agitation, I blamed myself for having let her see by my eager question how grave a view I took of the matter. "I was half afraid of something of the sort," I replied in a much lighter tone, as we went into the drawing-room. "But no doubt I can put it all right. Bessie told me at the station that he had been downstairs, and that noise you and I heard when we were talking about the police was probably when he heard what we said. It is unfortunate, of course, but it will be all right." "You were only saying that to ease my mind, Paul." "No, on my word. I'm quite sure of being able to secure his pardon, and no trouble can come of this unless he meets with it from any other source. No police trouble, I mean. As for the rest, I believe I know where to look for him, and of course I must be off at once. But tell me first all what led up to his going." She described his conduct during the day. He had been possessed by the thought that there had been some treachery to the cause. Our story of the failure of this scheme had intensely excited him, and in this respect he suspected me of treachery. He had been fretting to get away to consult with others, and had only been kept in the house through fear of the police surrounding it. "I went straight up to my room the moment you left with Bessie," she concluded, "and not finding him there, went to his room. He was not there either. I called to him, but he did not reply, and thinking he might have been taken ill again, I made a thorough search of the house. He must have hidden somewhere and slipped out without my knowledge." While she was telling me this, the thought of the bomb I had given to him flashed across my thoughts, and only with the greatest difficulty could I repress the consternation it caused. Had he taken it with him? Was he mad enough to make the attempt to wreck the cruiser alone? If so, and he were found with that in his possession, or if he made any such mad attempt, the discovery of my part in the affair was all but certain. "I'll go and have a look at his room, Althea," I said quietly when she had told me all she knew, and we went upstairs together. "Thank the Lord he has left his bag here," I cried with a sigh of satisfaction as I saw it. I had never felt such a flush of infinite relief in my life before. But it was only for a moment, until I had forced the bag open. The bomb was gone. Althea saw then how the discovery affected me, the sudden rush from fear to relief and back to fear. "Paul!" Her face was white and strained. I shook myself together and forced a smile. Thank goodness he can do no harm with it at any rate. And he might have taken this too. He had left the revolver behind, and I slipped it into my pocket. He cannot get into any very serious trouble before I find him. I'll go at once. I went first to my own room to get some cartridges for the revolver in place of the blank ones with which I had before loaded it, and as we were going downstairs, Althea asked me what had kept me so long away. I was arrested, but had no difficulty in explaining matters. I did not say anything about the attempt on my life, not wishing to alarm her. "I was sure there was trouble," she cried in distress. "I have brought so much to you already." "Tomorrow we shall just smile at it all. I am absolutely confident, Althea." "I cannot smile yet, Paul, nor be confident either. I could almost wish—" I gathered her in my arms. "You must never harbour that thought again, dearest. Never, if you love me." "You would at least be safe, and the thought of your danger chills me with dread every minute you are away." "But the mere fact that I have been in the hands of the police within the last hour, and am here now at your side, may tell you that there is no such danger as you fear. You do but frighten yourself with shadows. If there had been any real trouble such as you fear, they would have detained me." "I cannot help it, Paul. If it were only myself, I should not care," she said with a heavy sigh. "Keep this in your thoughts, then. Bessie has taken with her something which could cut the knot of our difficulties were it 20 times worse than it is. But now, what of yourself? Will you stay here alone or go to Chalice?" "Stay here. My father may return. I shall wait up all night for him." "I shall bring him back in an hour or so. You will see," I said cheerfully. "I pray with all my heart you will. But where are you going?" "I think I know where to find him, but I must not stay to tell you any more. Keep a stout heart for that hour or so, and all will be well." I put all the cheering confidence I could into my tone and manner, but it was of little avail. "I wish I could go with you," she cried wistfully. "If you do not return soon, I shall be fit to do something desperate. I cannot tell you how this suspense tortures me. It was all I could do to prevent myself from coming after you just now." "You cannot do anything but wait, dearest. Wait and trust. It will all come right." But although I had spoken so confidently to Althea, I was very far from feeling so, and as I hurried through the deserted streets, I wished the Baron had been at Jerusalem, and all his mad-brained schemes and cause and associates with him, before he had come to plunge us all into this unsavoury mess. There was, of course, only one place in the whole city where I could go in search of him, the wharf of W. Mischsen, and it was no more than a bare possibility that he or anyone else would be there at that time of night. Moreover, if I did succeed in finding him there, it was anything but clear how I could get him away. Already he entertained the gravest suspicions of me, and the moment he spoke to any of his infernal associates, all the fairy tales I had told him would be exposed. He would show the bomb which I had given to him, and it needed no gift of prophecy to understand the feeling which would be aroused against me. Every man in the crowd would be itching to slit my throat or put a bullet into me. There was just one chance in a million in my favour, that he had set out to blow up the warship by himself. But even that would not help me, as I should most certainly be unable to trace his movements. If it had not been for the sham bomb which I had given him, with its compromising history connecting me closely and certainly with it, I should have given up the quest altogether and left him to find his way back to the house. But I dared not leave that broad trail without at least a desperate effort to efface it. If it were discovered and my purchase of it proved, it would taint the whole story I had to tell of my possession of the paper I had secured from von Felsen. It would all be set down to my connection with these infernal Poles. In a word, I was just at the end of my wits, and when I turned into the lane leading down to the wharf, I did not know whether to hope that I should find it empty or not. I went very warily as I neared the place, pausing many a time to look about me. If anyone was in the building, it was almost a certainty that spies would be somewhere in hiding, to give warning to those within of the approach of any unwelcome strangers. I scanned every possible hiding spot, therefore, and satisfied myself that no one was about, and so far as I could judge, the building itself was empty. It was shut up and in total darkness. I pressed my ear against the door and listened intently for any sound within. It was as still as the grave. I think I was relieved to find it so. I was turning away to think what I could do next when I heard a faint sound of cautious footsteps in the lane above. Whoever might be coming, I had no mind to be caught in that equivocal position, so I crept away stealthily, keeping close in the shadows, and hid myself behind a heap of rubbish which stood against the adjoining warehouse as two men came cautiously down the narrow street. I was soon satisfied that the newcomers were not the regular police patrol, but they might be detectives. I should be in a pretty mess if they were, and I held my breath as they came near, watching them the while with straining eyes and quickened pulse. And then I saw that they themselves were being shadowed. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of An Imperial Marriage by Arthur W. Marchmont. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Carolyn. Chapter 23. In the Grip of an Enemy. The appearance of the third man was as disconcerting as it was mystifying. That he was sleuthing the other two was clear from the stealthy manner of his approach and the care he displayed in taking advantage of every scrap of shelter. He was an adept at the work. More than once the men looked around to make sure they were not followed, and each time, as if by instinct, the other had gone to cover. As they reached the warehouse, the couple became even more cautious, and the spy did not venture to show as much as the tip of his nose. With a last look around, they opened the door quickly and disappeared into the building. I dared not show myself, of course, until I knew what the spy would do, and I felt extremely uncomfortable as I waited. It was some minutes before he ventured any nearer, and then he came down the last lane with cat-like stealth and absolutely noiseless tread, and at first did what I had done, listened intently for any sounds within the warehouse. Presently he stepped back a pace and scrutinized the front, and then turned his attention to the adjoining building. While doing this, he came right up to the rubbish heap behind which I lay, and a few seconds later began to glance about him as if for a place in which to hide. The heap appeared to suggest itself to him in the same light as it had to me, and I saw that discovery was inevitable. I scrambled to my feet, therefore, not willing to be taken at a disadvantage, and without a sound he turned on the instant and bolted up the lane. I was completely mystified by this sudden flight. He was a spy, of course, but whether he had been set on by the police or was shadowing some suspected members of the band, I had no means of even guessing. Nor had I the time. If he was from the police, he would soon be back with help, while if he was one of the men, he would carry the news to his friends that someone else was dangerously interested in the proceedings. It was clear that something was going on inside the place, and I had to find the means of ascertaining whether Althea's father was there. My previous visit had shown me that access to W. Mischsen's premises could be obtained without much trouble from the waterfront, and although I was by no means a professional housebreaker, I had no difficulty in finding a way into the unoccupied warehouse. One of the windows was unfastened, and raising this cautiously, I squeezed through. It was a large, empty room, and as dark as a chimney, but I felt all around the walls until I came to a door, and shutting that behind me, I struck a match and found the way out on to the wharf. Then I had a stroke of luck. Tied to the wharf on the opposite side from W. Mischsen's was a small boat with the oars in it, and perceiving the possible value of having a means of retreat by the river in case of trouble, I decided to borrow this and fasten it in readiness for use in emergency. I hauled it along to W. Mischsen's landing stage and made it fast. The night was very still. The silence on the river was unbroken except for the lapping of the water as it eddied past, and the occasional creak of the small boat as it gritted against the wharf. On my former visit I had noted the position of the two doors opening from the building to the wharf. One was from the warehouse portion, the other from the offices, and the latter was unfastened. I would have given a good deal to have known whether this was due to the carelessness of the obliging young clerk, or whether it had been used that night by those who were in the building. If they were expecting any fresh arrivals by water, the discovery of my boat might be very awkward. Still, I could not stay to count the risks, so I pushed the door open and entered. I remembered that there was a flight of stone steps leading to the upper part, but before going up I crept into the offices and made sure that the men I sought were not there. I found them empty and retraced my steps and crept up the stairs, carefully feeling each step with my hands as I went. At the top the way was blocked by a door. No light showed from the other side of it, however, and after listening intently, I turned the handle very slowly, pausing at each crack it gave until it yielded. It was another big barn of a room with windows looking out over the river. My eyes were now getting accustomed to the darkness, and by the aid of the very faint light from the windows, I made out a heap of empty sacks in one corner. I was crossing toward these on tiptoe when I heard the murmur of voices. Glancing in what I judged to be the direction of the sound, I saw a light through the crack of a door, and after a pause I stole over the sacks and concealed myself among them. It proved a lucky step. I had just lain down under them when the door opened and a man came out. I recognized him as the more reckless of the couple who had been at Ziegler's with the Baron on the night of the murder. The light from the door enabled me to see more of the place. The room from which he came was at the end farthest from the stairs by which I had come up, and between that and the stairs there was another door. I judged that there were two offices, each communicating with the big warehouse and probably with one another. This discovery was to prove of much value a little later on. "Hush!" called someone from the room at the noise he made. "To the devil with your hushing!" he muttered with an oath. "Who's to hear?" And he opened the door leading to the stairway and went down. I had had ample proof of his recklessness before, and I knew that if there were any others like him in the company, my life would not be worth a pinch of snuff should they discover me. I lay as still as the sacks which covered me, therefore. Those in the room were of a much more cautious nature, however, than the fellow who had just left them, and although they spoke together, their tones were so low that I could not make out what they said. Occasionally a single word would reach me, but I listened in vain for any indication that the Baron was among them. In my eagerness to ascertain what was being said, I was about to risk crawling to the door when I heard the man returning, and soon learned then why the door leading to the wharf had been left open. "Not a sign of them," he said as he entered to the others. "I expect the plan has missed fire. If I thought he was still fooling us, I'd shoot the old fool off-hand." He left the door wide open, and I could hear distinctly. "Not so loud, Gusson," said someone hurriedly. "Your voice carries so." "I wish it would carry to that cursed Englishman, and bring him here to the old lunatic's rescue." "We have no proof. It is only your guesswork."
I want no more proof than we have. Who else was likely to betray us? Tell me that. Who else would have been able to get that cursed news into the papers and have the plans about the ship changed? Wasn't he a newspaperman of some sort? Tell me that. And how else could he get the news except from that blabbering old fool in the corner there when he was at his house? The news came from Paris. Paris be hanged, he cried fiercely with an oath. How could they know in Paris if someone here hadn't told them from Berlin? Tell me that.
There was a long pause, during which one of the men struck a match and began to smoke. So Althea's father was there all the time, and this meeting had apparently been held for my punishment rather than in connection with the mediated outrage. He was suspected of having betrayed everything to me, and my trick of getting the news published had been guessed. "We shall have to give it up for tonight, Gusson," said the man who had spoken before. "They have failed to get him to come." "Why don't they come back and say so, then?" "They may have been stopped in some way, or perhaps they came while we were away."
"Schmidt has been here all the time taking care of the old fool there, or are you another of the white-livered ones?" "I've been here all through, of course. You needn't talk like that to me," said a man who had not spoken before. Gusson laughed. "I shall say what I please and you can do what you like." I wished with all my heart that the man would have started a quarrel, but he appeared to be afraid and held his tongue. "I don't mean to stay here all night," said the former speaker, whom I judged by his voice to be an older man than the others. "It isn't safe." "What will you do with our other precious leader, then?" was the reply, with a very scornful reference to the unfortunate Baron. "He can be kept here. There's plenty of room in the cellars." "If you do go, we shan't want more than enough room to bury him. You can take my word for that," was the retort with a brutal laugh. "I won't have any violence here, Gusson." "Then you'd better stop and prevent it. I shall keep my word, but you know that pretty well by this time, I fancy." The man addressed shifted uneasily and his chair scraped on the floor. "You'll do what I say, Gusson," he replied with an effort to put authority into his voice. "Then you'll have to say what I say, that's all. I haven't come here tonight for fun. Do you suppose there will be no violence, as you call it, if they succeed in persuading the Englishman to come here to the rescue of the old dotard? Tell me that." "Nothing must be done here anyway." Gusson swore contemptuously. "Well, it doesn't matter. You haven't seen him and I have, and you can take it from me that he isn't the man to take what's in store for him here without putting up a fight for his life." This unexpected tribute to my fighting instincts was flattering perhaps, but I knew what lay behind it, and it came out the next instant. "I may as well tell you what I mean to do. If they get him here, I shall shoot him straight away without wasting any time in talk." "You're too reckless. You'll get us all into trouble." "Reckless?" he repeated with a curt laugh. "I'm not reckless enough to give him a chance at me." It was a novel experience to listen to the plans for one's own murder, and I found it sufficiently depressing. I knew that the fellow was quite capable of making his words good, and that when we two did meet, it would be a question of which of us was the handier with his weapon. That the others were against the violence he threatened with such sinister bluntness would not help me in the least. He would not let their reluctance stand in the way of his purpose. He had persuaded himself that I was the traitor who had balked their plans, and was fully set upon taking my life in revenge. My plight was indeed about as desperate as it could be, and what to do constituted the toughest problem I had ever to face. There were 3 courses. One was to sneak out of the place and fetch the police, taking the risk of what might happen to Althea's father when they came, or in the interval before I could get them here. Another was to wait where I was, trusting to my luck to prevent my being discovered. In this event I should have to run the risk of allowing the other men who had gone for me to return, and to hope that the milder counsels of the elder man would prevail in regard to the Baron. The third was the bolder course of facing the three men there and then, before the party was enlarged. I decided at once against the first. The delay might prove fatal to Althea's father, for the man Gusson was quite capable of knocking him on the head or shooting him when he found that he was to be baulked of his revenge on me. The same objection applied to the second alternative, and even more strongly. He might insist upon being left in charge of the old man, and in that event I could not entertain a doubt that Althea would never see her father again alive. The third course appeared at first sight the most dangerous, but was not so in reality. There were only 3 men in the room beyond, and 2 of these were opposed to Gusson's policy of violence, and with him I need have no scruples, and should have the advantage of surprise. I was very unwilling to take life, and the reluctance was so strong that, although I felt perfectly justified in creeping up to the room and shooting him before he saw me, I could not persuade myself to do it. But I would shoot him with no more compunction than I would have shot a dog the instant he made any sign of an attempt to harm me. I decided, therefore, that the bolder course was also the safer, and I began to edge myself free from the sacks under which I lay concealed. In doing this I made enough noise to attract the attention of the men. "What's that?" It was Gusson's voice, and he sprang to his feet. "I heard nothing," said the other man. Gusson came out and stood listening. I could have shot him then and ended the affair, but my reluctance to kill a man in cold blood stayed my hand. "It must be the boat," he murmured, turning back for a moment into the room. "I'll go down and see. They may want my help, and we may be able to use your river scheme after all." "Don't do anything rash, Gusson. A shot out there in the night would rouse the whole city. For God's sake, man, be cautious." "Oh, to hell with your caution," he muttered as he came out again and went to the stairs. "If I don't come back, you'll know I've taken him down the river." In a second I had another scheme, and that one pleased me better. The only really dangerous man here was Gusson, and I resolved to follow him and tackle him alone. He all but closed the door of the room after him, and I slipped from my shelter and crept as noiselessly as I could after him. One of the others heard me, however, and just as I reached the head of the stairs, he came out to listen. "I'm sure I heard something. They must have come. Should we go down? I'm afraid of Gusson's rashness." "Oh, leave him to himself." This was from the man whom Gusson had called Schmidt, and who had spoken so little, and at that his companion returned to the room. I crept down the stairs, pausing now and then in the half-hope that Gusson would return, when I should have a double advantage in my attack. Surprise and a greater height from which to strike. But I reached the door leading to the waterfront before I saw him. He was standing on the edge of the wharf, his figure silhouetted sharply against the sheen of the gliding river, shading his eyes as he looked anxiously upstream for some sign of those he was awaiting so impatiently. I was on the point of making my rush for him, when he turned and looked straight in my direction. I thought he saw me and held my breath in expectation of his attack, but I had presence of mind enough to remain as still as a stone figure. Then he turned away, and I concluded that I had been too deep in the shadow of the doorway for his eyes to pierce the darkness. He moved off toward the end of the wharf, and then I saw him start and stare down intently at the river below. He had discovered the boat which I had fastened there, and he stooped down to examine it closely. Intent upon this, he did not hear my steps as I crossed toward him, and when he rose I was close to him and had him covered with my revolver. His surprise was so complete that he all but staggered backwards into the river. "The Englishman!" he exclaimed with a foul oath, as his hand went to his pocket. "You won't move," I said in a low, tense tone. He recovered his coolness on the instant. "You daren't fire here," said he. "You'll see that if you move." "How did you get here?" "Turn around with your back to me." "What for? What do you want to do?" "Do as I tell you. Quick." For a moment he hesitated whether to try the trick of a fight for it, but with a shrug of the shoulders he obeyed. "Now get down into that boat." He paused again and again obeyed. "Throw those oars out here," I rapped out sternly. I knew he had a revolver on him and watched him like a lynx. "Well, it's a fine night for the river," he said carelessly, as he picked up one of the oars and tossed it on the wharf. I went a little nearer to the edge to watch him more closely as he picked up the other, not for a second suspecting his intention. "Same place as the other?" he asked in the same indifferent tone. "Don't fool with me," I cried. But he did. Just as he seemed about to toss the oar to the side of the other, he swung it around and thrust it violently into the pit of my stomach. A fool in my unpreparedness, I staggered, my pistol dropped from my hand, and the next instant he was back on the wharf with his hand at my throat. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of An Imperial Marriage by Arthur W. Marchmont. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Carolyn. Chapter 24. From Peril to Peril. Gusson was a very heavy-built man, as well as much more muscular than I, and I should not have had 1 chance in 10 against him in a struggle, even had the conditions been equal. But they were anything but equal. I had allowed myself to be caught at such a disadvantage that the fight was as good as finished even before it had begun. At the mere force of his rush upon me, I went down like a throttled puppy, choking vainly for breath as his fingers played a lively tune on my windpipe. I knew that he meant to have my life, and I have never been so near death as when I lay staring helplessly up into his eyes, ablaze with the joy of victory and drunk with the lust for vengeance. My first effort was a desperate attempt to drag his hands from my throat, but although I put out all my strength and squirmed and wriggled and twisted to elude his grip, I could do nothing. His arms were twice as thick as mine and quite as hard, and to stop the twistings of my body he knelt on me, pressing his knees into my ribs and stomach until I thought the bones would crack. I made frantic struggles for breath under the grim iron ruthless grip of his steely hands, and as I felt the blood congesting in my brain and the deadening sense of suffocation growing, I abandoned all hope and had no longer power to offer resistance. But even at that instant the lock turned. I was throwing out my hands wildly in vague convulsive movements when my left hand struck against my revolver. On the instant, hope and the love of life revived. To distract his attention, I recommenced to struggle, using my right hand only, and just as he was lifting me up to dash my head against the ground and finish the thing, I fired and shot him in the head. Death was instantaneous, I think. His grip relaxed, and he was falling forward on top of me when I had just sufficient strength left to push him to one side. I lay still for some moments, incapable of movement, while the effects of the struggle and my terrible fight for breath continued. And at length I sat up, dazzled, dizzy and bewildered, until the instinct of self-preservation roused me to effort. I scrambled to my feet and stood, staggering and shaking like a drunken man, as I looked down at the still body and wondered in a vague, dreamy way what I had better do with it. I was, in very truth, drunk with the peril through which I had passed, and with the relief of my unexpected escape from death. Then I remembered the men in the room above, and wondered if they had heard the shot fired, and what they would do in consequence. I had still the work to do which had brought me to the place. For Althea's sake I must go through with it, and the thought of her put fresh strength into me. My antagonist was lying close to the edge of the water, and this started an idea. I staggered along to the end of the landing stage, unfastened the boat, and dragged it close to where he lay. Then, having taken the precaution to exchange revolvers that he might appear to have killed himself, I bundled him into the boat and thrust it out for the stream to carry it where it would. All the time I had been wondering dimly why the men above had not come out to learn the reason of the shot, and now I began to wish they would come. I was recovering mastery of both wits and muscles, and perceived that if they would but help me by coming down, I could easily drive them into the river at the point of the revolver to swim for their lives. In this hope I waited for what seemed a long time, but either they had not heard the shot, or they were afraid to venture down. When they did not come, there was nothing for it but for me to go up again to them. Now that the one desperate man, Gusson, was dead, I feared them no longer. The other man's persistent urging of caution and the other's fear of Gusson led me to believe that they were of the order of men who can plan trouble for others to do, but don't care to take a hand in carrying it out. As they would probably conclude that any noise I made was caused by Gusson returning, there was no need for any particular caution, so I ran up the stairs and crossed to the room with a firm tread. "Was that a shot just now, Gusson?" asked the elder man. "You weren't fool enough to fire at this time of night outside?" He had barely finished the question when I entered the room, bringing them both to their feet with a cry of surprise. "Who's Gusson?" I asked. "And where's the Baron von Ringheim?" "It's the Englishman." This was from the man of few words, and he clapped his hand to his pocket, so I covered him. "You can take it out and lay it on the table there," I said sternly. He fumbled at his pocket in hesitation, but a slight movement of my weapon decided him, and he laid a revolver on the table, which I pocketed. "Put your hands up, you," I said to the other. He was a man of some 50 years of age, and stood staring aghast at me. But he put his hands up, and I ran through his pockets to make sure he was not also armed. He was not. "Now we can talk with less strain. You sent for me to come here to help the Baron. I'm here to do it." Both were still all but speechless with amazement. "What do you mean?" faltered at length the elder man. "Wasn't it you who sent for me?" He fell back into his chair and stared at me in silence, passing his hand across his brow distractedly. "You'd better begin to think a bit. If you didn't send for me, I shall come to the conclusion that you meant to harm him, and in that case we shall quarrel." Yes, I did send for you," he answered hesitatingly. "We have managed to save him from the anger of some of those who meant to harm him." "Then hand him over to me and I'll relieve you of your guard. Where is he?" He half turned toward the corner in where I saw the poor old man lying bound. "He was very violent, and we had to restrain him, or he would have run into danger." "You make a poor show as a liar. But never mind, release him." "We can do it safely now," he said to his companion, adding to me very nervously, "I am not lying. We have saved his life." "Quick," I said sternly. "As for your not lying, I have been concealed in the warehouse there long enough to hear what has passed." "Then you know what has become of our friend?" he asked as the other began to set the Baron free. "He has gone off in a boat." But that noise, that pistol shot, was it a shot? It may bring the police here to us." "I should think it's very likely. You'll be able to tell them how you saved this old man's life," I replied dryly. "Not that there seems to be much life left in him," I added as the Baron was brought up to the table and the light of the lamp fell on his bloodless features. It was like the face of the dead. He was unconscious, and I laid him in full length on the table and set to work rubbing his hands and chafing his limbs to restore the circulation. While doing this, I found the bomb in his pocket and transferred it to mine. "If he is dead, you will answer for it," I said, hot with rage against them. I could detect no pulse, and my efforts to restore him appeared to have no effect. "We have not harmed him, I swear that," declared the elder man. "Well then, you'd better do your best to restore him." "He's in your hands now. I cannot remain here any longer." "Can't you?" The look with which I accompanied the words was enough, and the two of them fell to work with me on the instant. We succeeded in bringing him round at length, but he was as helpless as a newborn babe, and to get him away from the place by any means short of carrying him was impracticable. What to do perplexed me infinitely. The time was running away fast, and this threatened a double trouble. The men who had gone in search of me might return, or the police might arrive, either roused by the shot which had killed Gusson, or brought by that spy whom I had seen on my arrival. Either event would be fatal to me. To add to my exasperation, I saw how, fool-like, I had myself destroyed what would have been a feasible means of escape. If I had not sent that boat off with its ghastly burden, I could have used it now, and I cursed myself for my stupidity. To get another was impossible. I could not leave the place to go and hunt for one, neither could I send the others. I might whistle for a sight of either of them again if once he got his nose outside. And so far as I could tell, the old man would not be fit to walk for hours. That we should remain there all that time was out of the question, of course. But I had to do something, and at length decided to carry him down to the waterside, let the two men go where they would, and hunt up some means of getting the Baron away by water. "You must carry him down to the air," I said. I was compelled to make them do it, lest they should attempt some treachery. Both were only too glad of the chance to escape thus offered them, and they were in the act of picking him up when sounds from below reached us. They dropped him again and stood looking at one another and shaking with fear. It flashed on me instantly that the police had come, and in order that I might have a plausible tale to tell and appear to have been threatened by my two companions, I ordered them back into a corner of the room and drew out my revolver again. "Don't you move so much as a finger," I cried. My intention was, of course, to act as if I had rescued the Baron. But I blundered. It was not the police. 3 men came hurrying up the stairs and into the room, and in one of them I recognized the fellow who had been with Gusson at Ziegler's house on the night of the murder. He recognized me at the same instant. One of the 3, not understanding the position and addressing the elder of the 2, exclaimed as he entered, "We haven't got him, General." "But we have. There he is," cried his companion. The pause of surprise was broken by a laugh from one of the newcomers. "What the devil does all this mean?" he asked. At this point the cowardice of the man they had called the General promised to stand me in good stead. Watching me carefully lest I should carry out my threat to shoot him, he stepped forward a pace and said, "There has been a great mistake. Gusson was wrong, and there has not been any treachery. We were just about to leave here." But this statement was received with a jeering scoff. "Where are your wits, General?" cried the man who had spoken first, and who appeared to exercise some amount of authority. "We all know that someone betrayed us, and Fritz Gassen was right. It could only be this man." He jerked his hand in my direction. "And we know where he got it from." And he emphasized this with a nod toward the old Baron, lying so still and white on the table. "Didn't he tell us so himself?" "He does not know what he says. He's out of his mind," was the reply, and for a while they wrangled. "Well, where's Gassen? He can settle this between us," said the newcomer after a while. "He has gone," and the speaker added the story about the supposed shot and subsequent disappearance of Gassen. The men listened very intently and kept shooting back angry faces of suspicion at me. They guessed what had occurred. "Where is he?" they demanded, turning to me when the general finished. I was on the horns of a dilemma. If I made any show of force, I should be giving the lie to the general's statement. "He went off down the river to look for you," I answered. "Down the river?" cried another quickly. "You hear that?" "Well, up the river, then," I said sullenly. "You shot him, that's the truth," came the retort, sharp as a pistol report. This appeared to give me the opportunity I sought of being able to take out my revolver without any apparent hostile intention. "Here's my revolver. You can see for yourself it hasn't been fired." But it was as bad a blunder as I could have made. One of them craned his neck forward as if to satisfy himself of the truth of what I had said, and then gave a cry of rage. "It's Gassen's pistol. There's his mark on it. I know it." The rest followed his pointing finger. "Well, anyway, it's loaded in all 6 chambers, and it's the only one that's going to be drawn now." I spoke very coolly and watched the 3 newcomers closely. "What about no treachery now?" cried one, turning to the elder man. "You've brought this on yourselves by suspecting me. You'd better go before there's any trouble," I said to the 3. If I could get rid of them, the others would give little trouble enough. "You'd better go," said the general nervously. They were perplexed what to do, and stood hesitating near the door. The sight of my weapon had a very wholesome restraining effect. One of them began to back out, and it looked as if I was going to get my way and frighten them off. But just as this appeared most probable, and I was beginning to breathe more freely again, trouble came from the man Schmidt, whom I had treated with contemptuous indifference as of no account. He had been standing in the corner to which I had thrust him on the arrival of the others, and had not spoken a word. I had almost forgotten him indeed, but I was to pay for that forgetfulness now. As I stood facing the others, he was on my left hand, and he hurled something at me with great force. It struck my revolver hand, and the weapon dropped. When I recovered my surprise, I was looking down the barrels of 3 pistols pointing straight at my head. "No shooting here, Marx," cried the elder man earnestly. "It isn't safe." "Why didn't you say that when he was covering us?" was the angrily spoken reply. "He shall pay for Gassen's death." But the terror of the consequences made the man earnest, and for a second he stood right in the way of the pointed weapons. They pushed him hurriedly aside, but I had been able to use the moment. I clapped my hand to my pocket, feeling for the weapon I had annexed, but instead I felt the bomb I had taken from the old Baron, and raised it high so that all should see it, just as the man was thrust to one side. "I'll send him to hell for that," declared the more daring man. "Then we'll all go there together," I cried in a ringing voice. "I can do it with this." One of them fired at once, and that I was not killed was due only to the general's terror. He threw up the fellow's arm as he fired. "For God's sake!" he exclaimed. "Are you all mad?" "You fool!" was the reply. "The thing's only a sham." Again he was being pushed aside when another man came rushing in. "The police!" he cried, and at the same instant we heard a loud peremptory knocking at one of the street doors below. In a moment panic held every man in the room in its thrall. Dead silence fell on us. But I doubt if any of them was more utterly confounded than I, or more desperately embarrassed. To fall into the hands of the police was better than to be shot down like a dog, but it meant 100 hazards for me to be caught under such circumstances. We all stood staring at one another like a set of wax figures, the common peril knitting us together in a bond of panic. Then the knocking was repeated with even louder clamour than before. End of chapter 24.
Chapter 25 of An Imperial Marriage by Arthur W. Marchmont. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. An awkward plight indeed. The second clamor of the police at the doors below brought me to my senses, and luckily I was the first man to throw off the apathy of alarm which their coming had caused. If any of us were to escape, it could only be by the river, and I set about making a desperate attempt to get away by that means and to take the Baron with me. As I had had to carry my life in my hands when coming into the building, and had been fully alive to the fact that my safety might depend upon my knowing how to get out of it again without even a second's hesitation, I had observed with scrupulous care the means of exit. The room in which we all were was the larger of the pair of offices, the two doors of which I had seen when hiding in the outer warehouse. The partitions were of rough matchboarding, and I noticed now that the door fastened with a spring lock. The only light we had was from a lantern standing on the table, and my first step was to knock this off the table. I used the instant of consternation which followed to spring at the fellow who had entered last and was holding the door, thrust him away, and slam the door. The hubbub and confusion which followed were indescribable, and the air reeked with the curses and execrations of the men, who appeared to have only a very slight acquaintance with the plan of the place. They were all jammed together in a body close to the door, and struggling, swearing, and fighting one another in their frantic efforts to get out. Not one of them had a thought to spare for the helpless old man on the table, and I picked him up and ran through to the smaller room beyond. One of the five had known of this other exit, and he was at the door as I reached it. He got out before me and turned to call to the rest. Which of them it was I don't know, but I struck at him and hit him hard enough to send him sprawling along the floor of the warehouse, and before he could regain his feet, I was well on my way down the stairs to the wharf. The police, meantime, were thundering at the doors, which led out upon the lane, and beginning to break them in, and as I reached the bottom, I heard the men above rushing after me down the stairs. It was a question of seconds now. I slammed behind me the door which led out on to the wharf, and a glance showed me where the boat lay in which the men had arrived. I darted to it, slid the Baron into the bows, and with my heart in my mouth cast the painter loose and jumped in, just as the rest of the men came streaming out on to the wharf. They gave a yell of rage as they caught sight of me, and one of them, the brute who had been so intent on taking my life, ran along the stage and jumped after me. I had not been able to push the boat off any distance, but had seized hold of one of the oars. He landed in the boat, nearly capsizing her. But before he could recover his balance, I thrust the end of the oar into his stomach and sent him overboard. The next instant I was pulling downstream for my life. The wharf and all upon it were soon lost in the gloom, and the sounds of a struggle, presumably between my late companions and the police, grew gradually fainter and fainter as I increased the distance between us. I had succeeded in escaping for the moment, but my troubles were by no means over. The men whom my flight had so enraged would tell the police all about me and the direction in which I had gone, and in a short time the river would be alive with parties searching for me. To remain in the boat for long was therefore out of the question, and yet I could not leave it safely. The trouble was, of course, what to do with my companion. But for him I would have landed at once and have made my way home. But he could not walk a step, and indeed, when I stopped rowing for a moment to examine him, I found that he was once more unconscious. I considered very carefully whether the really best course in both our interests would not be to abandon him and get my story of all that had occurred to Felderman, or even to Herr Borsen. It was all important that I should get my version of the affair to the authorities first, and I was confident that the knowledge I possessed in regard to von Felsen would enable me to secure the Baron's pardon as well as clear myself. But I could not face Althea and tell her that I had found her father, that he was desperately ill, but that I had left him drifting in an open boat on the river while I made sure of my own skin. I must find some other plan than that. By hook or crook, I must manage to get him to some sort of shelter. Where to look for one, or even how to set about the search, puzzled me consumedly. My vague idea was that I might be able to discover some cottage where a few marks would secure what was wanted, and as it was certain that nothing of the sort would be found down the stream and in the middle of the city, I pulled across the river, and hugging the banks as closely as practicable, I doubled on my tracks and rowed as hard as I could upstream. I did not get through without a couple of disquieting scares. I had been rowing for a long time and was resting to take breath when I heard the sound of oars in the distance. I could not be certain whether the sound was coming up or down the stream, so I paddled quietly into the side, shoved the nose of the boat into some reeds on the bank, and lay down. It proved to be a false alarm, however. The boat was coming downstream, and I judged it to be either some early fishermen or some peasants taking produce down to the market. But this decided me to abandon the river at once. It was now close to the dawn, and if we were seen, the news would be told to anyone in pursuit, and my thought was to destroy all traces of our course by sinking the boat. I rowed across the river again, therefore, and picked up my companion and carried him ashore. This roused him, and as I laid him down, he began to babble and chatter with all the inconsequence of an imbecile. I then undressed and pushed off into the river again, drew out the bung, and wedged the oars under the thwarts. When the boat was nearly full, I plunged into the water, hung on to the stern until she sank, and then swam ashore. While dressing, I felt the bomb in my pocket and the revolver which I had taken from the men in the warehouse. The Baron had been watching me with the intent stare of lunacy, but the moment his eyes fell on the bomb, some chain of thought appeared to be linked up in his bewildered wits, and he came at me and tried to get possession of it. But I flung it far out into the river and sent the revolver after it. This appeared to enrage him, for he began to fight with me with more strength than I could have believed possible after his experiences of the long night of hardship, and kept up an incessant stream of angry invective. In the midst of it, I heard the throbbing of an approaching launch, and knew at once that this time it must be the police. There was sufficient light now for anyone on the river to be able to see us where we were, especially if any sound of his voice attracted their attention. It was an awkward predicament, and a dangerous one too. I had no alternative but to use force. Some bushes were close by, so I caught him up in my arms, thrust one hand over his mouth, and dragged him to shelter, where I had to lie at full length upon him to keep him quiet until the launch had passed. I told him that the police were close upon us, but he would not or could not understand, and he writhed and wriggled to free himself the whole of the time the launch was passing, and indeed until the snort of its engines was no longer to be heard. When I released him, he got up and tried to rush away, and again I had to drag him back and use force to hold him. But his efforts had weakened him considerably, or perhaps the paroxysm of rage had passed, for he lay comparatively quiet while I tried to think what to do next. I was some miles from the city, in a district of which I knew nothing. The light was strengthening every minute. I had a madman to take charge of, and must either get him back safely and secretly to my house, or at least find some sort of shelter where he could remain under supervision. The first step was, of course, to get far enough away from the river bank not to be seen by anyone on the lookout for us. But nothing would induce him to leave the waterside. He retained in his poor crazed brain some remnants of recollection of the scheme to destroy the cruiser, and the fact that it had to be done on the river, and for this purpose the impulse to stay near the water was irresistible. I tried to reason with him, and to make him understand the danger of his being arrested. Every argument and persuasion I could think of, but it was absolutely useless, and when at length I essayed to force him to come away, he sat up struggling and yelling. I had to employ force again. I fastened my handkerchief over his mouth as a gag, for his cries were loud enough to be heard at some distance, and then carried him away across some fields for some few hundred yards. I began to consider again very carefully whether in both our interests it would not be best for me to abandon him and hurry back to the city alone. But I could not bring myself to desert the helpless old man. I must find some other plan than that. I must get him to some sort of shelter, and that one consideration must determine everything else. Another spell of weakness followed my last exercise of force, and when I took off the gag and released my hold of him, he remained quiet. I sat and watched him, hoping that he would sleep, and that the sleep would to some extent soothe his excitement and reduce his delirium. He did fall asleep, and for an hour or so I watched him. He started every now and then and talked a little, murmuring some fragments of sentences. I heard Althea's name and mine, and stray references to his country, but I paid little attention. The truth was, I myself was so overcome with fatigue that it was with the utmost difficulty I could keep my eyes open. When he woke, he was much calmer and spoke almost rationally. I explained the position, and he seemed to understand it. And when I said our safety depended upon our getting to some place of shelter, he agreed. But I noticed that he would not look me in the face, and kept eyeing me furtively with quick, stealthy glances, lowering his head each time I looked at him. This was a small matter, however, and as he rose steadily to go with me, I was more hopeful than I had been at any time before. But I found that I was used up. I could scarcely drag one leg after the other, and when after some time I saw a cattle shed with the door invitingly ajar, the desire for rest, the imperative need for it, indeed, took too strong a hold of me to be resisted. I found some fodder lying in one corner of the place, and on this he lay down immediately, declaring that he was worn out. In the hope that the rest, even without sleep, would serve to refresh me, I sat up and watched, while he slept as quietly and peacefully as a child. But nature would not be denied, and when I caught myself nodding drowsily, I fastened his wrist to mine with my handkerchief, and lay back with an intense sigh of relief. I was a light sleeper at all times, and was confident that the least movement of my companion would rouse me. My confidence was misplaced, however. I must have slept very soundly, for when I woke the sun was high in the heavens, streaming in through the wide open door, and a man, presumably the owner of the barn, was standing over me with a pitchfork in his hand, demanding very angrily what I meant by sleeping there. And the Baron was gone. One end of the handkerchief was still fastened to my wrist, but the other was dangling loose. "You'll come to the police, you rascal," cried the farmer. "Who are you, and what the devil do you mean by being here? Where did you come from?" He flung the questions at me as I sat up, rubbing my eyes and blinking stupidly at him. I made an effort to rise, but he threatened me with the fork. "Lie still, or you'll have something else than bread in your belly for breakfast," he threatened. I saw the force of the argument and obeyed. "I am sorry you take it so ill. I have done no harm, and—" I began, but he cut me short. "No harm, you dirty rascal. It's scoundrels like you that are the pest of the country. Lazy, loafing tramps, sneaking about and stealing whatever you can lay your hands on." And he let himself go on what was evidently a sore subject with him. His fury was all out of proportion to the cause of it, even supposing I had been the tramp he deemed me. To argue with anyone in such a rage as possessed him at that moment was obviously useless, however, so I let him storm and abuse me as he pleased. While he held that fork, I knew that any retort from me might make him use it. He mistook my calmness for fear, and as he warmed to the congenial work of abusing me, he grew more threatening with his weapon, and flourished it about in such a way that I expected any moment to find it plunged into my body. I simulated dire alarm, and cringed and winced at his gestures in a way that gave him huge delight. But it also led him to give me the chance for which I was waiting, and when at last an opportunity came, I dragged the fork out of his grasp, jumped to my feet, and placed myself between him and the door. For once, at any rate, I traded on somebody else's evil reputation. The farmer ran rapidly down the scale through surprise to almost abject fright. He stood shaking in every limb, with his eyes darting from the fork to my face, as if he expected me to treat him to the same sort of breakfast as that with which he had so glibly threatened me. "I didn't mean it," he stammered. "I know you have done no harm. It'll be all right, my man. You can go. I'm glad you've changed your tone, but you've made a mistake about me. I hope you can see that." I do, he cried readily, his eyes still fixed warily on the pitchfork. I turned and tossed it away behind me, and he heaved a sigh of relief. "If I have done any harm, I'll pay you," I said. taking out some money. How much? 5 marks? 10 marks? By the way, what time is it? My watch has stopped. And I pulled it out with a view to impress him still further. It had the due effect, and his manner changed again, but he was not quite free from suspicion. "I do not charge for such a trifle," he said, with an air of nervous apology mingled with doubt. "I am quite willing to pay you, and quite able to, and if you can give me some breakfast, not of that sort," I laughed as I pointed round to the fork, "I shall be happy to pay for that also. I lost my way in the night, and overcome with fatigue, I lay down to sleep. I had a friend with me, but he must have got up and gone out while I slept. Here, you'll want this, I suppose," and I picked up the fork and handed it to him. "Shall we walk up to your house? If I had seen it in the night, we should have knocked you up." As I handed him the fork, he looked at me, and then a smile spread slowly over his broad face, as my easy manner drove home the conviction that I really was not the desperate character for whom he had mistaken me. "You can have some breakfast, and welcome, but it's nearer dinner time. It's close to midday." I wound up my watch and set it to the correct time, which he gave me. "I suppose you haven't seen anything of my friend?" I asked carelessly. "No, at least no one who has said anything about having a friend anywhere about here. But we had a stranger at the house this morning asking for some food, but he's a very old man and ill." It was the Baron, right enough, and the good news excited me greatly. "That's the man," I cried eagerly. "He is ill. Let's push on to the house at once." And I hurried on at a rapid pace. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of An Imperial Marriage by Arthur W. Marchmont. A charge of murder. The farmer lumbered along at my side for a while, puffing and blowing hard, and as we climbed a hilly field we had to call a halt. "I'm not so young as you," he said, gasping and wiping his forehead. "I'm very anxious to get to my friend," I replied. He didn't seem very anxious to see you. At least he didn't say anything about any friend, but it was a hint from him which sent me down to that barn of mine to look for you. "What did he say?" I asked, seeing that there was something behind his words. "We've had a very rough character about these parts for some time past. A rascal that has been robbing right and left, and has knocked 1 or 2 of the neighbours on the head, and I was speaking of him to my wife before the old stranger, and he turned and said he had seen a man of that sort in the barn there." I laughed, but held my tongue. "You must excuse me, but is there anything funny about the old gentleman? He is a gentleman, of course. I could see that in a twinkle." The question gave a hint of the line to take. "Did you notice anything odd about him then?" "It's not for me to talk, of course, but my wife thought he was a bit strange in his head." "Poor old fellow," I replied in a tone of commiseration. "Ah, I thought as much," was the answer with a note of self-satisfaction. "My wife isn't often wrong. Are you in charge of him, so to speak?" "He is in my charge just at present, but I'm not his keeper, if that's what you mean. He's as harmless as a child, but he fancies himself a desperate conspirator. He's a noble. He told us that, but we didn't believe him. It's true, and of course his people are well able to pay handsomely for anything that is done for him." The bait was taken readily. "I shall be glad to help, of course, if I can." "If he's still at the house, you can. I want to get on to the city and send his friends out for him. If you could look after him meanwhile, you could name your own price, and I'll pay you something on account of it. I suppose he really is harmless. I mean, he wouldn't be likely to give any trouble if we kept him in the house. Oh, no chance of it, and certainly not if you or I were in the room with him, although, of course, I must get on to the city. I suppose 2 or 3 20-mark pieces would pay you for a lost day. I should think it would be worth 5, he replied, with Teutonic aptitude for driving a bargain. It's a lot of money, but we'll make it the 5 with an extra one for the wife, if she looks well after him. I always like the wife to have something. We came in sight of the house soon after that, and with intense satisfaction I saw the Baron sitting by the door, basking in the sunlight. Fearing that possibly he might take fright when he saw me and run away, or do something to scare the farmer from the bargain, I gave the latter a couple of gold pieces as an earnest, and sent him on ahead to get the Baron up into a room. There was no difficulty. He went up to the Baron, who greeted him with a condescending smile. They spoke together, and I breathed a sigh of fervent thanksgiving when the two went indoors. That load was lifted from my shoulders, and I followed to the house after an interval. Over a hearty meal, I heard that the Baron had been put to bed, where he had fallen fast asleep. I did my utmost to ingratiate myself with both the farmer and his wife, and laughed as heartily as he himself did when he told her how he had treated me in the barn. And with a promise that they should be relieved of their charge as soon as possible, I sent off in the farmer's cart for the nearest station on my way back to the city to relieve Althea's anxiety and send her out to her father's assistance. The stroke of good luck in finding a shelter for him had raised my spirits, and as I paced up and down the platform of the little by-station, where I had to wait over an hour for the train, I was able to view with comparative ease of mind the complications which still beset me. My first step was obvious. As soon as I had seen Althea, I could get an interview with Herr Borsen and make a clean breast of everything, both in regard to myself and von Felsen. I was convinced in my own mind that the man who had fired that shot at me after leaving the station had been instigated by him. I had seen him at my house, had recognized him at the station, and again after he had fired at me. In the face of that, it would be quixotic to wait for further proofs before letting von Felsen feel the weight of my hand. That day should see the end of things so far as he was concerned. I would hand over to Herr Borsen not only the confession of the theft of the papers, but also that of the murder. As I recalled my interview with him, I saw how he had fooled me, and that his prompt recovery from terror, which I had attributed to his relief at hearing that his life might still be saved, was in reality due to his belief that he could compass my death in time to save himself from all trouble through the revelation of what I had forced from him. Such a snake as that deserved no mercy, and he should have none. I anticipated very little trouble in getting out of my own troubles. I had committed no crime. My association with old Ziegler and the men who had been plotting against the government was in reality innocent enough, and although it was probable that those whom I had outwitted on the previous night would tell of my presence at the wharf, and would do all they could against me, the fact that I had gone in search of the Baron would put that right. The one step which I did regret was that I had had to take the life of the man Gasson, but it had been done in self-defense. I had not intended to do more than send him adrift in the boat, while his attack on me had meant murder and nothing short of it. but whether it would be prudent to open my lips about it was questionable, and I would await developments before deciding. Although I was in a very confident mood as I drove from the station to my house, and jubilant in my anticipation of Althea's delight at the good news I could give her about her father. But instead of having to deliver good news, I had to receive bad, the worst indeed. The servants were alone in the house and on the point of leaving it, and I found Ellen sitting disconsolately in the hall, her eyes red with weeping, dressed in her hat and jacket, ready to go. "What is the matter? Where is Fraulein von Ringheim?" "She has gone, sir. There has been such trouble here. We had the police looking for you, and they searched the house from top to bottom," she wailed, her words interspersed with sobs. "Cook has packed, sir, and I can't stay, if you please." "Very well, but before you go, try and tell me something more definite." She fumbled in her pocket and brought out a telegram. "The Fraulein opened it, sir. I didn't, and she told me I must get it to you, as it was very important. It was from Bessie, and announced her safe arrival in Brussels, with everything. This was one piece of good news at any rate. "Now, Ellen," I said, turning to question her, "of course you must go away if you wish, and I shouldn't think of stopping you, but I assure you the whole business is a mistake somewhere, and you do not run the faintest risk in staying here. Martha has not gone yet?" This was the cook. "No, sir, but she's just ready." "Well, while I change and look around, go tell her to see me before she leaves." "But the police told us both to go, sir." "I'm not at all sure that you've had the police here at all. Did the Fraulein go away with them, whoever they were?" "No, sir. Herr von Felstein was here, and was with her when the men were turning the place upside down. You never saw such a mess as they've made of things." "Never mind the mess. Did he come with them?" "Just before them. He was very excited and said they were coming." "What time was that?" "About midday, sir." "And when did he leave? Did the Fraulein go with him?" "Yes, sir. That was about an hour ago." "It was just 4 o'clock. If I had not had to wait for that train, I should have been in time to take a hand in the business." "I am quite convinced from your answers that these men were not police, Ellen. But tell me, were any of them the men who were watching the house yesterday?" "Yes, sir. One of them spoke to me yesterday, and it was he who told us today that if we didn't go we should be in trouble. He behaved shameful, and wanted to put us out then and there without our boxes. But cook, she up and told him she wasn't going without hers, and then he gave us an hour to clear out in." "Well done, Martha," I exclaimed, as the cook came downstairs. I explained to her that the men had not been the police, and endeavoured to allay the fears of them both. I succeeded after some difficulty, and they agreed to remain. "That fellow said he'd come back in an hour to see that we had gone," said Martha, a woman with a great deal of spirit. "I hope he will come," and she nodded her head with an emphasis which promised him a warm reception. "I don't expect you'll see him here again. Now, a last question. Did they say anything to you about the supposed crime for which I was to be arrested?" "They went on awful about you, sir," replied Martha. "You was a conspirator and a murderer, and you'd either run away to get out of their hands, or had killed yourself, and I don't know what else, but you were never coming back, that was certain. Well, here I am, you see, so you can tell how much to believe of the rest." "They said they had warrants for you, sir," put in Ellen. "They showed me some papers, and the Fraulein told me afterwards they had, and that she was going away in order to prevent any harm coming to you." "Well, we'll soon have things all right again," I replied, and went off to change my clothes and view the results of the men's work. I thought I could understand it all. I guessed that the man who had fired at me on the previous night had mistaken my fall for the result of his shot, and had accordingly reported that the attempt had been successful. With me out of his way, von Felsen had only to recover possession of the stolen paper, the keys, and the confessions he had written, to find his hand once more on the controlling lever of everything as far as Althea was concerned. That was what the search meant, and that it had been complete, the evidence of my own eyes showed. But it had not been successful any the more for that. The stolen paper was safe in Brussels, and I had been in such a cyclone hurry to get after the Baron on the previous night that I had not stayed to look the other things up, but had thrust them into the first place which had caught my eye. This had been the large upright iron stove in the hall among the kindling wood and paper, and there I found them. Almost every other conceivable nook and cranny in the house which would have served for a hiding place had been ransacked, and every desk and drawer opened and searched. It was a stupendous piece of luck. A moment's reflection decided me to leave them where they were. My first task must be to find Althea. Her safety was much more to me than my own, and she was not safe for a single second of the time she was with von Felsen. It was an easy guess that his failure to find what he had sought so drastically would put him in a very ugly mood, and even his belief in my death would not suffice to ease his mind. So long as that evidence of his crimes remained in existence, it was liable to fall into the hands of someone who would be able to use it with disastrous results to him. I would have given much to know the story he had told to Althea. He would not say a word about my supposed death, and the servant's references to the warrants for my arrest suggested the line he had taken. He would seek to prey upon her fears, both for her father and myself, and pose as being still in a position to save us both. If he had done that, I had no doubt that he would drive her to consent to marry him, and my fear was that, exasperated by not having found what he sought and needed so desperately, he would rush matters to a crisis at once. I hurried at once to von Felsen's house, but only to find it shut up. I knocked and rang several times without result, and in the end had to turn away baffled and a prey to fresh fears and apprehension. Where to look for him I had no idea, nor where to look for Althea, of course. I had felt so certain of finding them both at the house that the sting of the disappointment was all the more disconcerting. It flashed across my thoughts that probably Althea might have gone back to her own house, or might have communicated with Chalice in some way during my absence, and acting on the impulse, I jumped back into the cab and told the man to drive me there. On the way, another thought occurred to me. Hagar Ziegler. She might know where to tell me to look for von Felsen, and I was putting my head out of the window to give the driver the fresh direction when we pulled up at Chalice's house. As I should lose no more than a few minutes in seeing her, I ran up to the door, and when the servant opened it, I sprang up the stairs without wasting the time to be announced, dashed into her room, and without an apology for my abruptness, asked if Althea had been there. Chalice jumped to her feet on my entrance, stared at me as if I were a lunatic, and then backed and laid her hand on the bell-pull. "Why do you come here? I can't help you, Herr Bastable. You must know that. You can answer my question at any rate. Fraulein Althea is missing from my house, and I am searching for her. Has she been here?" She fixed her eyes on me with an expression of bewilderment. "She can't help you to escape, and of all houses in Berlin, this is the last you should have come to. For heaven's sake, do give me an answer. Can't you see I am on fire with impatience? Every minute may mean ruin to her." She bent toward me and came a step or two forward. "Do you mean you don't know? You must not stay here. It will ruin me if you are found here. Do you mean that you don't know?" "Know what?" I cried angrily in my exasperation. "Good heavens! Why, that you are accused of the murder of Hagar Ziegler's father." End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of An Imperial Marriage by Arthur W. Marchmont. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Once again in the Toils. When Chalice's appeal to me to leave the house at once elicited no response from me, I was indeed too staggered for the moment by her news, and sat groping blindly for some clue to its real significance. Her eager insistence gave way to despair at the thought of the possible consequences to herself. "You will ruin me," she cried vehemently, and throwing herself on to a couch, she burst into an hysterical flood of tears. She could have used no stronger weapon, and I pulled myself together. I knew her grief was utterly self-centered, but the sight of her tears had that dismaying effect which most men will appreciate, so I rose at once. "Tell me quickly all you know, and I'll go," I said, "and the sooner you tell me, the sooner I shall be away." This had the desired effect. She choked down her ready sobs. "Fräulein Ziegler telephoned to the Steiners, the people of the house here, about half an hour ago, to ask if you had been here, and the daughter came up to ask me where you were, adding that you were wanted by the police for that awful thing. For heaven's sake, don't let them find you here. They will connect me in—" "Never mind that," I cut in abruptly. "They won't do anything of the sort. I had no hand in it at all. Fräulein Ziegler herself knows that perfectly well. But there is something you must do at once. Fräulein Althea has disappeared from my house, and I am searching for her." "She is not here, and has not been here," she interrupted. "And if they find you—" "Not a thought for Althea, everything for herself. Listen, please, and then do what I tell you. I want to tell her that her father is lying ill in a farmhouse, and that she must go at once to see to him and bring him back to the city. As she has been taken away, you must go and care for him." And I told her where and how to find the Baron. But she burst into vehement protests. "Why should I go? It is Althea's matter. He is not my father. He has never done anything for me. Why then should I run this risk? Where should I take him?" In disgust at this incessant note of self, I resumed my seat and said curtly, "I will wait here while you settle that." "You wish to ruin me," she cried again. "No, I am only warning you. If someone does not go to him and take care that he is placed in safety, he will do some mad thing, and then you will be ruined." "But what can I do? He would not come with me. Oh, you are cruel. You know how helpless I am. No one thinks of me. Althea should be here." "You can go out and stay with him, paying the people there to look after him until I can arrange something else." "Stay with him? Are you mad? My concert, my practicing, Herr Grumpel. There will be no concert for you if he breaks loose. There will be a prison instead for you as well as for the rest of us. But you, why do you not go? I have to find Fraulein Althea. She would not have you sacrifice my future in this way. Oh, how selfish you all are, all in league against me. I have warned you and can do no more now. If you do not go out and arrange for him to be kept safely where he is, you may as well leave Germany by the next train, for all the hope you will ever have of succeeding here. That is my last word. If you wish to sing at that concert, you will go instantly and do what I have said. I turned to leave her then, and as I reached the door it was opened quickly from without, and a woman of about 30 entered. She started at seeing me, and stood holding the handle of the door and staring at me. "Fraulein Steiner!" exclaimed Challis in some dismay. "Lotte told me Herr Bastable was here. I came to see." "Yes, I am Herr Bastable." "I beg your pardon," she said, nervously stepping back and making as if to close the door again. "I will come with you," I said, following her out. "Probably you wish to telephone to Fraulein Ziegler that I am here. With your permission, I will speak to her myself." She was trembling a little. "She asked me to let her know," she faltered. "She is holding the phone now. She will recognize my voice over the wire. I will save you the trouble. A very serious mistake has been made." And when we reached the hall, I went to the instrument at once. "Are you there?" "Who is that?" came the reply in Hagar's voice. "Mr. Bastable. I am just leaving the house here, Frau Steiner's. I must see you at once. I have just learned that you have been deceived in regard to me, and I can tell you the whole truth about your father's death, and can put the proofs of what I have to say into your hands. I do not blame you for what you have done, but before you do any more, please see me." "What have you to say? It is too late now." "It will be too late if you do not see me at once. It is about Herr von Felsen. You will repent it all your life if you do not see me." "Wait a moment." I heard the faint echo of a conversation, and then she asked, "Will you come here?" "Who is with you?" There was another pause. "Herr von Felsen," she replied. Then, to my infinite surprise and relief, "Yes, I will come at once." "Wait a minute. He wishes to speak to you himself." "Of course I will," I replied eagerly. I waited, but no sound came over the wire, and when I spoke there was no reply. In a flash I saw the plan. I dropped the receiver and hurried out of the house on the instant. The intention was to keep me at the instrument until the police would have time to come and arrest me. I jumped into the first cab I met and drove by a circuitous route to my own house. As they believed they could put their hand on me at once, I calculated that I should have time to get home, change into some sort of disguise, get the papers from their hiding place, and set out in search of Althea. Von Felsen's presence at Hagar's house had at first baffled me as completely as this last move, the preposterous charge of murder, but I began to see the meaning of all. He had probably found difficulty in dealing with Althea, and had also heard that the previous night's attempt on my life had failed. This had cornered him. He knew that his breach of faith would cause me to denounce him, and in this desperation he had resolved to charge me with the murder, and thus get me held by the police. This would give him the time he needed to carry out his plan with regard to Althea. It meant more than even that to him, indeed. It would both prejudice any statement I might make impugning him, and at the same time very probably enable his father's agents to regain possession of the confessions he had made. It was a very ominous outlook, but it had a redeeming feature. If my reading of the case were right, It was clear that so far Althea was safe, and the reasons which had forced him to leave her while he returned to Hagar to use the latter in this way were likely to be strong enough to prevent his purpose with her until he could satisfy her of my actual danger. In other words, until he had secured my arrest and could carry to her the proofs from the police themselves. But it was only a question of a few hours at most. If I remained in the city, I should soon be caught, and remain I must, of course. My first thought was to get the papers which were of such vital import, and take them straight to Herr Borsen or to Felderman, but there was a risk to Althea in that which alarmed me. If von Felsen heard of it, and he was almost sure to learn it immediately, he would be driven to bay, and in that mood ready to do her any violence. I guessed that in regard to her he was calculating that, if he could once force her to become his wife, I should hold my hand rather than bring all the shame and trouble upon her, consequent upon his having to answer for the murder of the old Jew. And the problem I had to face was how to use the hour or two of freedom so as to find the means of checkmating his designs upon Althea. I could see only one way, through Hagar herself. If she had not been hopelessly poisoned against me by von Felsen's story, I was confident that I could work upon her jealousy and set her to hound him down, and thus prevent mischief. By the time I reached my house, I had a crude sort of plan. Among the relics of my private theatrical days, I had a suit of workman's overalls, and dressed in these and carrying a small bag of tools, I could manage to escape the notice of any of the police to whom my face was not too familiar. I told the two servants that, as I was now in some trouble, they had better leave the house at once. Then I hunted up the disguise, slipped the overalls over my own clothes, secured the papers, and set off to find Hagar. As I hurried along in the direction of her house, I had to pass my old office, and the thought occurred to me to put the papers I carried into safe hands. Bassett was the very man for such a purpose. So I went up to him and explained that I was likely to be arrested on a false charge. I wished him to hold them for me until I could communicate with him again. This precaution would, at any rate, frustrate the efforts of von Felsen to get hold of them. To obtain an interview with Hagar was a very different matter, however. I hung about the house for some time at my wits' end for an excuse to get inside, and when at length I began to fear that my movements would be regarded as suspicious, I put as bold a face on matters as I could, and rang the bell intending to ask for her openly. Just as the servant opened the door, I changed my tactics. "I'm sorry to have been so long in coming, but the boss kept me. I'll soon put it all right, however," I said coolly, and stepped inside. The girl stared at me as if I were a lunatic. "What is it?" she asked. "This is Fräulein Ziegler's, isn't it?" "Yes, of course, but what do you want?" "She has just telephoned to the exchange that something is wrong with one of the instruments." "Is it the office one?" "What is that, Rebecca?" It was Hagar's voice. "There is a man here who says he has come to see to the telephone," was the reply as the servant went toward her mistress. "I'll soon have it right," I declared, and took advantage of the moment to step into the office. I knew the way well enough, of course. "There is a mistake somewhere," said Hagar, and as I had calculated, she followed me into the office. I began to fool about with the instrument, keeping my back to her for the moment. "We had a message," I growled, altering my voice, and speaking in a tone of a man with a grievance. "There is nothing the matter with that," she said quickly, crossing to me. "I'll see to it all right," I mumbled, bending over the instrument. "I tell you it's a mistake." She rapped back sharply and tapped me on the shoulder. Don't meddle with it." I affected to take umbrage at this. "Oh, all right," I muttered, and crossed to the door as if in a huff. A glance showed me that the servant had gone, so I shut the door and turned around. She recognized me instantly. Her lips moved as if uttering my name, but no sound came. She flashed one rapid glance over my workman's garb, and her eyes lighted angrily as they met mine in a long steady stare, while she was thinking what to do. "I have come prepared to answer the charge Herr von Felsen has induced you to bring against me, but we must have a square talk first. Then you can send for the police if they are not already in the house." She did not take her eyes from mine while I spoke, and made no reply. Her eyes were as hard as flints, and my task began to look hopeless. "I see you have made up your mind. Yet you might remember that I saved your life that night." Her lip curled, the only comment, but more eloquent than many words. "I know the whole truth about that night's black work, and what brought those men to your house." Her agitation and rage were mounting fast, and after a pause she burst out bitterly. "Of course you do. The chief of them slept that night in your house, and has been concealed there ever since. Do you dare to deny it?" "Whom do you mean?" Her lip curled again, and she shrugged her shoulders. "You mean Baron von Ringheim? Von Felsen has told you that?" She gave an impatient gesture. "It is the truth that matters, not how I know it," she retorted. "On the contrary, his motive is everything. But he kept that to himself, of course. Did he tell you that he came here with these lies in order to get you to accuse me, so that he should have time to force Baron von Ringheim's daughter to marry him?" "You lie," she cried fiercely. "You were seen to enter and leave this house shortly before I met you that night. The ring I saw on your finger was his, and he had left it with my father that afternoon. And if that is not enough proof, one of your associates has shot himself, leaving behind him a confession that he and you together murdered my father in revenge for his supposed betrayal of you. Do you think I have forgotten your agitation when I recognized the ring?" Von Felsen had told his story cunningly, and what she had termed my agitation at her recognition of the ring on the night of the murder lent color to it. My conduct was quite open to such a misconstruction as she had placed upon it. But there was no time to attempt to shake her conviction by argument. I paused a second in doubt as to the line to adopt, and she read this hesitation for guilt. "You cannot answer me, but you shall pay the price." "If you persist in this folly, it is you who will pay the price. Von Felsen went to my house today in my absence, and compelled Fraulein von Ringheim to go with him and consent to become his wife upon certain conditions. In order to be able to appear to be in a position to fulfill these conditions, he came here to you to get me arrested on this ridiculous charge. No one in the whole empire knows better than he that there is not a glint of truth in the story, but you have fallen into the trap, and within an hour of my arrest, Fraulein von Ringheim will be his wife." "It is false," she exclaimed vehemently. "Tonight we are to be married." I smiled. "Where is he? Set him face to face with me, and force him to let her be present, and you will see." This fired her jealousy. "It is false," she cried again, but her tone was less vehement, and her eyes signaled doubt. "You may say this to turn my anger against him, that you may escape. You shall not." "Can you find him?" "He is not in his house in the Korsenstrasse. He knew I should seek him there. Can you take me to him?" She paused, and then with a hard, contemptuous smile replied, "So that you may find a chance to escape on the way? I can trust you no longer." Did I not come here knowing full well the charge you have made against me? Should I have come if I were guilty? Be reasonable." "I do not trust you," she repeated. "It is sheer madness," I cried in desperation. "You are wasting hours that may mean everything to both of us for all our lives. Name what conditions you please, and I will accept them. I will go to him with you under arrest, if you like. Will that prove to you I am in earnest?" She paused, and then nodded eagerly. Yes, if you dare to do that." I crossed to the phone to call up Felderman. She watched me closely, and as I passed her, shrank out of my way lest I should touch her. I affected not to notice the gesture, and stood at the instrument with my back to her. But the next instant I heard her open the door and turn to meet her eyes fixed on me with a glance of vindictive triumph. "You shall be arrested, as you say," she cried, and rushed away, slamming the door behind her. Just then the answer came through. "Is that Herr Felderman?" "Yes. What is it? Who are you?" "Mr. Bastable. I am at Ziegler's house, and have heard I am charged with having murdered him. Can you come at once? I have "Charged with what?" The tone was one of intense astonishment. "Murder. I want you here at once." "Are you out of your mind? There's no such charge." I heard no more, for the door was flung open, and 2 men in police uniform rushed in and dragged me violently away from the telephone as Hagar followed. "That is the man. I charge him with the murder of my father," she cried. Too late, I saw the trap into which I had walked. "These are not the police," I protested to her. "I have telephoned to Herr Felderman. This is a trap. They are von Felsens." "We'll show you if we're not the police," cried one of them as he slipped a pair of handcuffs on my wrists. "No more talking here." And he whipped out a revolver and ordered me to hold my tongue and go with them. "Bring her on to the station to make the charge there," he added to a 3rd man who had entered. I shouted a last protest to Hagar, but a hand was clapped over my mouth, and I was hurried out of the house toward a carriage which was waiting at a few yards' distance. At that moment a motor car came slowly along the street and passed me as I walked between the 2 men in uniform. I called out, and this drew the eyes of the occupants upon me. One was von Felsen, who leered at me in triumph, and by his side sat Althea, pale and distressed at seeing me thus handcuffed in the hands of the police. As she fell back, burying her face in her hands, the chauffeur quickened the speed of the car, and it whisked round a corner just as I was bundled into the carriage. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of An Imperial Marriage by Arthur W. Marchmont. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Dragen again. I had made a pretty mess of things, and now that it was too late, I began to appreciate what a fool I had been. Von Felsen had outplayed me at every point, and chance and my own folly had helped him to score a complete victory. The charge of murder was the merest bluff, and he had imposed upon Hagar for the purpose very cleverly. He had probably found Althea unexpectedly resolute not to yield to his wishes without some actual proof of my arrest, and had then vamped the charge through Hagar, and planned that Althea should see me in the hands of men in police uniform. He had calculated that, relying upon my ability to clear myself of the charge in Hagar's eyes, I should go at once to her to get her assistance in tracking Althea, and I had walked straight into the trap. I had of course been closely shadowed, and as soon as I had reached Hagar's house he had been informed, and had brought Althea in the car to be a witness of the arrest. With one cunning stroke he had thus got rid of me, had convinced Althea of my arrest, and probably freed himself from the embarrassment of Hagar at the same time. I did not doubt that the men he had taken to her house would see that she gave no sort of trouble. These thoughts flashed through my mind in the few seconds after I was in the carriage, together with some exceedingly disquieting speculations on my own plight. It was about as bad as it could be, but I was not going to give up all hope without an effort. The men thrust me into a corner of the back seat, and one of them held a revolver close to my head, threatening to fire if I made any trouble. But this did not scare me as badly as they thought. I knew they would not dare to shoot me in the street. Their own safety would be endangered, and the risk was too great for them to run it except in the last resort. I affected to be very frightened, however, and waited for a chance to try and attract attention and bring help. The opportunity came as the carriage had to stop when crossing one of the main streets. With a sudden kick, I broke the glass of the window near me and gave a yell for help. The fellow opposite seized my legs, while his companion thrust his hand over my mouth. But I wrestled violently, and in the midst of the struggle a policeman's head appeared at the window of the carriage. "What's the matter here?" he asked. "I think you'd better get in and give us a hand," answered one of my guards very coolly. "He's a lunatic. Just cut his wife's throat." The man's coolness and his uniform had the effect of quieting all suspicion. "All right. Strap his legs and gag him, why don't you? Don't let him make that racket." I got my head free then. "I am an Englishman. These are not," I began when I was silenced again. "He's been yelling that all the time," was the reply, with an oath and a laugh. "I wish you'd lend a hand. We don't want to hurt him." "I can't come. Drive on there," he told the coachman, and on we went. As soon as the policeman's face disappeared from the window, the fellow at my side flung me heavily back into the corner of the carriage, and together they fastened a large handkerchief over my mouth, one of them twisting his fingers into it so tightly behind my head that I was powerless to open my lips. And he held me in this fashion for nearly all the rest of the drive. Further resistance was now out of the question. I made my effort, and it had failed, and all I could do was to keep still and wait with such resignation as I could summon for what was to come to me. If I escaped with my life, I should have reason to be thankful. I had already had ample proof that the men whom von Felstein employed were quite capable of going to any extreme. My life had been attempted more than once, and at the time of the previous abduction, when I had not been nearly so dangerous to him as now, I had only escaped death by the narrowest of margins. Yet it was not for myself that I was mainly afraid now. Von Felsen had so planned things that Althea had been persuaded of my arrest, and I could not doubt for an instant that she would at once agree to do anything he demanded. That night she would certainly consent to the marriage, and the thought was like the sear of a hot iron on a nerve. Compared with the agony of that dread, nothing else seemed to matter. I would cheerfully have given my life to have saved her from such a fate, but even if I lost my life now, I should be powerless to help her. Maddened by this reflection, I made another and desperate struggle with my captors. Wrenching myself free from the gag which held me like a vice, I fought and kicked and writhed, yelling for help at the top of my lungs all the while in a furious effort to escape. But it was useless. Both were strong men, and they overpowered me and forced me down, this time onto the floor of the carriage, and held me there until we stopped. 1 point only did I gain by the effort. One of the handcuffs came unfastened and could not be relocked on my wrist. But this did not help me much. One of the brutes seized my arms and held them behind my back and twisted them till I thought the very sinews would break. I did not give in until my strength was utterly exhausted and my head reeled dizzily, and in this condition, with no power left for resistance, I was hauled out and carried rapidly into a house. There I was gagged again, my arms and legs were tied, and I was flung down on the floor of an empty room, the door of which was locked upon me. Bruised and sore from head to foot although I was, and aching in every muscle of my body, I thought nothing of my hurts. I was on fire with impotent rage and belated repentance for my stupidity. Only an hour or two before I had had the upper hand. There was apparently nothing to prevent my gaining a complete victory. If I had only gone straight to Felderman or Herr Borsen, Von Felsen would now have been grovelling at my feet, begging for mercy. What a credulous fool I had been to believe for an instant that ridiculous charge of murder had really been made. What I would not have given to have been able to set the clock back for those few hours. Gnashing my teeth at my idiotic blundering, I passed hours of torture. I was left alone, except that now and again the door was opened, and someone came in with a lantern to see that I was still securely fastened. I abandoned all hope, and each time I heard the key turned in the lock, I made up my mind that someone was coming to take my life. I grew utterly reckless also, and slowly a fresh thought began to take shape in my mind. Save my life I could not, but if a chance came, I would at least send one of the scoundrels who had taken a hand in the business to his last account. It was just a wild impulse to have revenge, but I hugged it close to my heart till it became my one cherished object, the one thing I could do before they took my life. That thirst for revenge, that lust for blood, if you like, put strength into me, gave tone to my nerves and purpose to my thoughts, when all else in that hour of black despair had failed. I began to test the strength of the bonds which held me, and gradually to loosen them slightly, as I tugged at the cords which bound my arms, and strove with frantic struggles to ease the pressure of those on my legs. The exertion brought the sweat of effort and pain to my brow, but I was nearly what they had termed me, a madman, in my furious desire for revenge, and although every movement racked and tortured me, I did not cease until I had so far succeeded that the blood began to flow freely once more in my veins. Faint and exhausted, at last, with the struggle, I was lying quiet, to regain strength for a further effort, when the key was turned on the lock once more. This time 2 men entered, the gag was taken from my mouth, and I was ordered roughly to sit up. I took no notice of this. It was my cue to affect to be helpless. One of them dragged me to the wall and propped me up in a sitting posture, while the other held the lantern close to my face. A movement of the light enabled me to see his face, and I recognized him. He was Dragen, the man who had carried me off before. "Ah, you know me, I see," he said with a chuckle. "That will save trouble, perhaps, as you'll know I'm not likely to let you fool me a second time." The wild desire to take life, which had so possessed me before, now focused into a set purpose that his should be the life, and I lowered my eyes quickly, lest he should read something of the thought in my mind. "You know what we want, Mr. Englishman, and what we mean to have. Those papers, where are they?" I made no reply, and he thrust his hands into all my pockets to search for them. A bitter oath showed his disappointment. I smiled in triumph, and this so exasperated him that he struck me in the face. Then I understood why I was still alive. Until those papers were regained, von Felsen knew that he would be in danger of losing everything, despite his present victory over me. You are a brave fellow, Dragen, to strike a helpless man. He raised his hand to repeat the blow, but his companion stopped him. What's the good of that? He said gruffly. You know what we were told. Hold your tongue, curse you, cried Dragen. I mean to get them, and shall go my own way to do it. Where are they? He demanded of me. What papers do you mean? To hell with your questioning me. You know what I mean. Where are they? You think you can make me tell you? I'm sure I can, he retorted with an oath. Try then. And I looked up and met his angry eyes firmly. Give them up, and no harm shall come to you. This looks like it, doesn't it? Don't you anger me, or it'll be the worse for you. You can only take my life, but even then you can't save your employers, nor your own, for the police know all about that other affair. You'll be short of breath long before you get a chance of saying any more about that or this. That's only what I know already. If I were to tell you where the papers are, I might whistle for a chance of getting out of this. But I'll tell you one thing. They are in the hands of those who will know how to use them, whether I am alive or dead, by this time tomorrow morning. Do what you will. This infuriated him, and he seized and shook me violently in an uncontrollable frenzy of rage, and then flung me down violently on the floor. He caused me severe pain, but except for this, the rough handling benefited me rather than him. He had seized me by the arms, and the cords on my wrists were perceptibly slacker for the severe shaking. My head struck the floor heavily when he threw me down, and I lay still as a corpse, letting all my muscles relax and breathing as slightly as possible, that he should think I was on the verge of unconsciousness. He questioned me again about the papers, but I gave no sign that I even heard him. And when he kicked me and then tugged at my arms and lifted my head in the effort to rouse me, I made no sign of life. The second man was scared at this. You've done for him now, he muttered. Serve him right, growled Dragen, with a savage oath. He'd tricked me before. But what about serving me? What's the good of this to me? How are we going to earn the money with him in this state? Dragen swore again and was aiming a vicious kick at my head when his companion stopped him so suddenly that he overbalanced and fell to the ground close to me. In the fall, something dropped from his pocket and rolled near me. It was a small sheath knife, and to my infinite delight neither man saw it. Dragen rose in a rage, and a fierce quarrel broke out between the two. This enabled me to shift my position unobserved, so that I first lay on the knife, and then rolled forward till my hands could reach it, when I tucked it up underneath the back of my waistcoat. The quarrel ended without blows, and presently they drew aside and talked together in low muttered tones, the purport of which I could not hear. After a time they crossed and looked at me, and the fellow who had been protecting me from Dragen's violence knelt down and tried to feel my pulse. He was clumsy at the business, however, and could not find it. I believe you've finished him, he muttered, and laid me down gently at full length, and loosened the cords on both wrists and legs, and began to chafe my limbs to restore circulation. That's better, he said at length, feeling again for my pulse and finding it this time. Get him some brandy or something, but you'd better do what I said, Dragen, he added, rising. If those papers are in safe hands, as he said, we'd better know what to do next." The man's evident alarm infected Dragen. "Curse the whole business," he growled uneasily. "That won't help us far. If you hadn't been in such a devil of a rage, this wouldn't have happened." Then he knelt down by me again. "Can you hear me?" he asked anxiously. "No harm will come to you. Can you hear me?" My reply was the faintest of faint moans. "He's coming round all right. Get him some brandy, and don't let him see you, and we'll have him round all right," he said in a tone of great relief as he rose once more. "I'm for fetching him. Let's see what the others say," he declared as he picked up the lantern. "We must know what to do next." There was another conference, and then they went away together, leaving the door unfastened. In another moment I had slipped my hands out of the cords, which had been so considerately loosened, and with the knife I cut those which bound my legs. Then I kicked off my boots, and stole out of the room in my stockinged feet, resolved to make a fight for my freedom. The passage outside the room was in darkness, but I knew in which direction I had been carried into the room, and crept noiselessly toward the front door of the house. But there was a room between, the door of which stood open. I heard the voices of the men there, and one of them was standing close to the door. To pass this meant a great risk of being either seen or heard, and as I hesitated whether to take the chance, I caught fragments of the talk. They were discussing the advisability of fetching someone or of going to someone for further instructions in view of my statement about the papers being in the hands of those who would use them. Presently the man by the door, interested in the discussion, went a little way into the room, and I seized that moment to creep past. The house had double doors, and the inner one was pressed back against the wall. I ran my fingers slightly up and down the outer one, searching for the fastenings, when a general scuffling of feet in the room announced that the men were moving, having apparently come to a decision. I slipped back and hid behind the inner door, and held my breath as they came out into the passage, talking excitedly. The suspense of those few moments was more trying than words can describe. I had failed to find the means of opening the front door, and if they went back into the room where I had been lying, I should be caught like a rabbit in a snare. The instant I was discovered, my life would not be worth a spent match. They stood wrangling in the passage for a time that seemed an age to me in my excited suspense, and every second I expected one or the other of them to go back to the room, and then announce my flight. "Well, let's have a look at the beggar first, and see if we can't drag it out of him," said one, whose voice I recognized as that of the man who had been standing by the door. They moved in a body toward the room. My heart sank, and I gave myself up for lost. My only chance, and that the faintest and feeblest, was that I might seize the moment of respite to get the door of the house open. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of An Imperial Marriage by Arthur W. Marchmont. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Just in time. But just when matters appeared to be at their worst, the luck turned. The man who had prevented Dragen before intervened now. "You can get him some brandy, and he'll be all right." "Where is it?" came the reply, and there was a pause. "I shan't wait," said the former speaker again. "I shall take the risk of going. Fritz is just below with the horses. If there's any violence before we get back, you'll have to answer for it." "Answer to hell," growled Dragen fiercely. "I shall split on the whole thing, if there is. Mind that. retorted the other in quite as angry a tone, and he passed my hiding place, opened the door, and went out. He tried to close it sharply behind him, but I took a risk at that moment and thrust my foot in the way. Fortunately, he was in too bad a temper to care whether he left it open or shut, and ran down the steps. Someone laughed. "Pig-headed fool," growled Dragen. "Would he split?" asked another nervously. "Perhaps the beggar's well enough to talk now. Let's see." "Bring the lantern," said another, and the shuffling of feet followed. I dared not wait any longer, and moreover I had another plan now than merely to escape. I guessed that the man I was following meant to go to von Felsen, and I meant him to take me with him. I opened the door stealthily and slipped out. The carriage was some 20 yards away, and I darted toward it. My lack of boots rendered my footfalls absolutely silent, and I reached it, unseen and unheard, just as the man had got in and was turning to shut the door. In the darkness he mistook me for one of his companions. "Coming after all, are you?" he asked. I jumped in, and he himself closed the door with a slam, and the carriage started. Before he had time to see his mistake, my hand was on his throat, and my knife threatened him. "If you care for your life, keep silent," I cried between my clenched teeth. For a few moments, precious as gold to me, surprise kept him quiet. I knew that my escape must already have been discovered, and I expected to hear the cries and shouts of the rest calling to us to stop. Then he began to struggle. "Keep still," I said fiercely. "I mean you no harm, but if you try to resist, I'll plunge this into your heart as surely as there is a living God." At that moment came the cries behind us, which I had feared, and the driver began to check the horses. "Tell him to drive on, or you'll not live another second," I hissed, releasing my grip on his throat so that he could speak. He hesitated, and I raised the knife higher as if to strike. "It's all right, Fritz. Get on as fast as you can," he called. I drew a breath of intense relief. I had him now, and he was in deadly fear for his life. I ran my hand quickly over him and found his revolver and took it. "Have you a knife?" His hand went to it. "Throw it on the front seat there." He obeyed me, and I tossed it out of the window. Then I sat down opposite to him and let him get back his scared wits. He stared at me helplessly, cowed by the suddenness of the attack and overawed by the weapon in which I kept him covered. I, in my turn, watched him quite as closely while I considered what line to take. That he was going to von Felsen I had convinced myself, and I meant to go with him if I had to compel him to lead the way with my pistol at his head. But I had no wish to use force if any other means could be found. I was not without hope of this. His fear about the money reward being lost if I came to harm, his squeamishness on the score of violence, his threat to tell what he knew, and his ready submission now, all tended to suggest that he was of a very different type of scoundrel from Dragen and the rest. I gave him 5 minutes in which to pull himself together, and then open fire. "You've made a pretty bad mess of all this," I said sharply. He gave an uneasy start at the sound of my voice, but did not reply. "You were in the thing to take my life, you know, and you can probably see your finish by now." "I didn't threaten your life. Dragen would have done for you just now, when you were insensible, if I hadn't stopped him," he answered after a pause. "I wasn't insensible. I know what passed." "Then you know what I say is true," he said with a note of eagerness. "Yes, I know it." I paused to see if he would volunteer anything more. He did not, however. "If you like to answer my questions, I may make things easier for you. Where are we going?" He paused a long time before replying. "What are you going to do with me?" "Shoot you if you try any pranks. Hand you over to the police if you force me. Give you your liberty and pay you well if you come over to my side in the affair and make a clean breast of the whole thing." He chewed this in silence for a while and then asked, "How do I know that?" "The first two you can judge for yourself. The last you'll have to take on trust. You can please yourself. How much were you to make by this job?" 500 marks. But it wasn't only the money. Dragen has the whip hand of me. He'll want all his hands for himself after this, and you'll stand by his side in the dock, unless you go in the witness box against him. Tell all you know, and you shall not have 500, but 1,000 marks. They'd have my life. Not if you leave the country. I'll add the passage money to America. You're not tough enough for a real scoundrel, you know, and you'll get a fresh start there. I shouldn't be in it at all if it weren't for Dragen and the gambling. Well, you must make up your mind quickly." "I'll do it," he said, after another long pause, drawing a deep breath. "But you must keep me safe from the rest until it's over." And then he began to tell me. He said his name was Lander, and that he had been forced into the affair by Dragen. He had been one of the men who had made the search for the papers at my house, and afterwards had played the part of a plain-clothes police officer at Hager's, where he found out that von Felstein was at the back of everything. The latter's orders had been to recover possessions of the papers at any cost, and when that had been done, I was to be kept a close prisoner for a week. But von Felstein's terms had been no papers, no pay, and thus my declaration that they were in safe hands had caused a split and a quarrel, and Lander and one of the others had decided to go back to von Felstein for fresh instructions. He had barely finished his story when the carriage stopped at von Felstein's house. Remembering that I had found it close shut when I was there before, I was surprised to see lights in several of the windows. I concluded that he had thought it safe to return there when he knew that I had fallen into Dragen's hands. We got out, and I told Lander to ask for von Felstein and say that we had a message from Dragen. And when the servant opened the door, I stood on one side and kept my face out of the light. The fellow was inclined to be suspicious, and was going to shut the door in our faces on the pretense of going to call his master, when I lurched against Lander, pushed him into the house, and followed. Answering the servant's protests with a drunken oath, I staggered to a chair and flopped into it. He stared at me for a moment, hesitating whether to try and put me out, and then knocked at the door of von Felstein's private room. The sound of several voices reached us as he opened it, and after a pause von Felstein came out. I let my head loll forward so that he should not at first see my face, and he spoke to Lander. "Who are you, and what do you want?" he asked sharply. Having no cue from me, the man was at a loss for a reply, so he motioned toward me and muttered something about the papers. "Turn up the light in the library," he told the servant, and then to us, "Come in here," and he led the way. I rose and staggered after them, lurching first against the servant as he came out of the room, and then against von Felstein, who stood holding the door. In this way I shouldered him into the room, and then shut the door. "Who is this drunken beast?" cried von Felstein, as I was fumbling with the door fastening. Then I turned and faced him and waited for the recognition. I was not surprised that it did not follow at once. I had on the suit of workman's overalls. They were torn and disheveled as the result of the scrimmage with Dragen. I was as dirty as a sweep. A soft, rather greasy cloth cap was drawn well down over my face. I was bootless, and had just been assuming drunkenness. I have no doubt I looked a very low-grade sort of scoundrel. "Why do you bring this fellow here?" he demanded of Lander angrily. "Have another look at me, von Felsen," I said quietly, fixing my eyes on him and crossing toward him. He fell back from me as if I were the devil in the flesh, and leaned against the table behind him, staring at me wide-eyed, breathing hard, deathly white, speechless, and shaking like a jelly. I was human enough to enjoy his discomfiture, and just stared at him while he tortured himself with the thoughts which my most unwelcome arrival had started. Lander glanced from one to the other of us in perplexity, and for more than a minute the tense silence was unbroken. Then von Felsen clasped his hands to his head with a faint groan of agony. "Where is Fräulein von Ringheim?" I asked. At the sound of my voice he glanced up at me, and then cowered and shrank like a beaten cur. The silent gesture chilled me with sudden dread. My confidence and the sense of victory fell away from me like a dropped cloak. I was too late after all. A frenzy of rage seized upon me. I rushed upon him, and seizing him by the throat, shook him till his teeth chattered, and flung him away, and sent him asprawl to the ground. "You shall pay with your life for this," I cried fiercely. "Go for the police, Lander," I said, turning to my companion. "Here, take this card to Herr Felderman," and I scribbled a message to Felderman to come. No, wait," said von Felsen in a weak voice as he struggled to his feet. "Wait till we have talked together." "We've passed the time for talk," I answered with an oath. "Where is Fräulein Althea?" "Send him away," and he motioned toward Lander. "Where is she?" I asked again. I'm not safe to fool in this mood. I was beside myself with the lust for revenge, and could have found it in me to tear the life out of him there and then. "This is the end of things for you." "I will tell you all. Send him away. She is safe and well." "Wait in the hall there till I call you," I told Lander, and I unlocked the door, let him out, and relocked it. "Now, you treacherous devil, out with the truth," I thundered. "Have you forced her to marry you? If you have, I swear on my soul that you shall pay for it with your life." He fell back before me, grey and sweat-dappled with terror. "For God's sake," he exclaimed, "I admit everything." "Tell me," I stormed. "She is in the room across there with the others." "Come then," and I twisted my fingers into his collar and hauled him toward the door. He hung back and squirmed like a reluctant puppy at the end of the leash. As we reached it, someone knocked sharply on the panels. "Help! Help! I am being murdered!" yelled von Felsen. "Break in this door!" cried a voice. Keeping my grip on his collar, I unlocked the door and threw it open. Herr Borsen and a couple of strangers rushed in, and at the door of the room opposite stood two women with Althea behind them. Borsen did not recognize me, and he and the other men were throwing themselves upon me to rescue von Felsen from my clutches, when Althea broke past the women and called me by name. "Bastable!" exclaimed Borsen with a great start of surprise as he held the others in check. "What on earth is the meaning of this?" I took no notice of him, and hurling von Felsen back into the room, pushed through to Althea and took her hands. "All is well with you?" I asked. "Yes, you came just in time," she cried, pressing my hands and trembling. "But with you I have been mad with fear." "Nothing matters now," I replied, with a smile of intense relief. "I insist on knowing the meaning of your forcing yourself into this house in this disguise, and of your attempt on Herr von Felsen's life, Mr. Bastable," said Borsen angrily, coming up to me. For the moment I could not answer him. The reaction from the furious rage which had maddened me in my fear that I had arrived too late, and the sense of infinite relief at Althea's assurances, rendered me as weak as a girl. I leaned against the lintel of the door and met his angry look with a fatuous smile. Quick to see this, von Felsen made an attempt to get out of the room. "I'll send for the police," he said, with an effort at bluster. This roused me. I pushed him back. "Get me some brandy," I said to Borson. "I am faint a bit. You shall have all the story you want, but that little beast must stop here." "This is monstrous," cried Borson indignantly. "Lander, take my message to Herr Felderman. If he wants the police, he shall have them," I added to Borson. "No, no," cried von Felsen hurriedly. "We'd better talk first." Borson looked at him keenly, and then at me. "You see," I said. "You needn't go, Lander." Borson crossed and spoke eagerly to von Felsen, and I turned to Althea, who brought me a glass of wine. I drank it eagerly, and as I handed her back the glass, our hands touched, and our eyes met. "I can scarcely believe it all yet. You are really not hurt?" she asked wistfully. "I've lost my boots and worn out a pair of socks, but otherwise I'm all right." And I smiled and held up one foot, the sock of which was dangling in tatters. "How can you smile at it like that?" "Because we've won. A narrow margin, but it's a win all right." "But you were in the hands of the police. I saw you." "No, that was only a make-believe. That little brute planned it to deceive you. But he won't do any more planning for a while. They were his men dressed up, and he worked it so that you should see it all for yourself. He told me in the afternoon that you had been arrested, and that he could get you out if I would marry him at once. I insisted on having some proof, and when I saw you tonight, I gave in." "These people were here for the marriage, then?" "I insisted on having witnesses, and on hearing from Herr Borson that what Herr von Felsen had promised would be done. That caused the delay. If you had been half an hour later—" "Von Felsen would have gone to the scaffold," I finished when she paused. "Oh, Paul." "It's true, but here comes Borson. You had better go home to Chalice's, I think." "I don't want to leave you again. You get into such troubles." "I've only lost my boots," I laughed, and at that she smiled too. "We had better come to an understanding, Mr. Bastable," said Borson, coming up then. "You know, of course, that you have to explain many things in regard to your association with the Polish plot." Althea started in alarm at this. "You can take that threat back, Borson, or I shall say what I have to say before the rest of the people here," I returned sharply. "I didn't mean it as a threat," he replied. "So much the better. Let someone see Fräulein von Ringham home, and then we'll talk." The minister who was to have performed the ceremony agreed to go with her, and then Borson, von Felsen, and I were left alone. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of An Imperial Marriage by Arthur W. Marchmont. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The End. As soon as we three were left alone, I drew an easy chair close to the door, threw myself into it, and begged a cigar from Borson. "Now, Herr Borson, what has von Felsen told you?" I asked sharply. "I'm dead beat and want to get to bed. We'll have this thing over as soon as possible. I'm going to let him tell you why he wouldn't allow me to send for Felderman just now, and I'll sit here and check what he says. He can tell you as much as he likes." "You don't appear to understand that you have to explain your connection with the Polish party," he retorted. "My explanation is easy. I had two objects, one to save the Baron von Ringham, the other to catch von Felsen tripping. I have succeeded in both. He knows that, and more than that, and I can of course prove everything." "What does this mean?" he asked von Felsen, who was staring at me in dire fear about what I meant to tell. I gave him 24 hours in which to get out of the country. Let him tell you under what circumstances. That'll clear the ground." Von Felsen was too frightened to attempt a reply, however, and he sat eyeing us both uneasily and pulling at his fingers with little nervous jerks. "The matter's 1,000 times more serious than you think, Borson, and if I did the right thing, I should send straight for the police and hand him over to them. But if he makes a clean breast of it, and if the things are done which I require, I'm willing to hold my tongue." "You think you are in a position to make terms," cried Borson, with some show of indignation. "I don't think it. I know it. You have 2 things to get into your head. In the first place, that this fellow is a most infernal scoundrel, and that I have found him out. And in the second, that I am in possession of that paper which was stolen from the Count's office, and of the set of duplicate keys which enable the thief to steal it." "What do you mean?" He was intensely excited on the instant. "Look here," and I pointed at Von Felsen, who was cowering down in his chair in a condition of abject terror. "Do you mean that he— My God, is it possible?" he cried, horror-struck. "Yes, that is just what I do mean. Let him tell you himself. If he won't, then I will, and I shall add the rest. The rest is blacker still." It was some time before Von Felsen could bring himself to speak, and then he gave a long rambling story of how he had been in Ziegler's power, and had been forced to disclose secret after secret, until the theft of the papers had been the climax. Questions from me brought out the rest, that he had brought Baron von Ringheim to Berlin, had let him know where Althea was in order to entrap me, and all the rest of it, including my abduction by Dragen, and the attempts on my life. Borson was almost unnerved. He sat with his head buried in his hands as he listened, and at the end his face was grey and drawn, and he looked across at me with a deep sigh of anguish. "We are in your hands, Mr. Bastable. It will ruin the Count." "There is even worse yet, if it has to be told," I replied grimly. "What are your terms?" "A pardon for Baron von Ringheim, and the restoration of his estates. You have already obtained the promise of that, you know, and the clearance of all complications affecting myself. A confession that he lied to Hagar Ziegler in accusing me of her father's murder. A letter from you now that you have heard Von Felsen's confession, and a written undertaking that you will be responsible for his safe keeping until all is settled." "You shall have them tomorrow," he said after a pause. "Thank you. I prefer to have them now. But I cannot promise all this on my own account. Then we'll have the police here. I don't mean to lose sight of that scoundrel again until I know where I stand. I must see the Count first, then see him tonight. You have my last word." "You might take my word of honor, I think." "I don't doubt you, but I'll take nothing but the actual evidence. You might not be able to prevail with the others." "I'll go to him," he agreed. He went at once, and I locked the door behind him and sat smoking in silence. "Do you mean to accuse me of that murder?" asked Von Felsen after a long pause. "Yes, if I don't get my own way, and of everything else." Not another word passed between us until Borson returned after an hour or so and brought what I needed. The rest of the business was very soon completed. I wrote a very short note to Althea, telling her that all was now well, and that I would see her early on the following morning, and then turned to consider my last problem, where to sleep that night. It seemed a very trifling thing indeed, but it was to have consequences none the less. Count von Felsen had insisted upon his son going to his house, and Borsen was to take him. I could not stay where I was. I was not inclined to run the risk of going to my own house, lest Dragen, or any of the men with him, should come to make trouble, and in my bootless and generally dishevelled condition, I was doubtful of being received into any hotel. I explained the position to Borsen, and he agreed to take me in the carriage with him and von Felsen, and drop me at a hotel where he would vouch for me. Lander accompanied me. The matter was thus soon settled with the hotel people, and Borsen returned to the cab. I was just entering the lift, feeling as tired as a dog, when he came rushing back. "He's gone," he exclaimed excitedly. "Who's gone?" "Von Felsen. He bolted while I was talking to the people here." "Perhaps that's the best way out of it all. Anyway, I'm too dog-tired to look for him tonight. I'll see you in the morning." And with that, I left him staring blankly after me as the lift started. It was close to noon before I rose, and I should not have woke then had it not been that someone was thumping vigorously at my door. I opened it and found Felderman waiting impatiently to see me. Dragen had been arrested, and the whole story of my treatment by him and his fellow scoundrels had been told to the police by one of the gang, who had made a full confession. Felderman had been to Borsen, as von Felsen's name had been mentioned, and he had come to me to learn what I should do. "I can't tell you yet," I replied. I could not. I wished to see Althea first, and ascertain her wishes as to our movements. For my part, I was anxious to get away from Berlin as soon as possible. The last few days had been quite strenuous enough to satisfy me, and I realized the necessity of putting as great a distance as possible between myself and the Polish party. "Has von Felsen turned up?" I asked him. He shook his head and grinned. "I think we could trace him. I have a clue, but it may not be desirable to follow it up." "Which means?" "I expect you know more than they have told me, but I know enough to make me doubt whether his father is very anxious to see him again. Of course, if you take steps against these men, it may have to come out, the whole of it." "What's the clue?" "That Jew girl, Hagar Ziegler, left the city this morning for Hamburg with a companion. There's a boat sails today for Philadelphia." "And the sex of the companion?" He shrugged his shoulders and smiled significantly. "A woman, apparently, but only one berth has been booked for a woman, by wire, of course, although by a coincidence a steerage passage has been reserved for a male passenger." "And what does Herr Borsen propose to do?" "Nothing. And you?" "Nothing," I replied, adopting the same laconic tone. He looked relieved. "And Dragen and the rest? Are you eager to push the charge hard against them?" "What has Borsen said to you about that?" "Nothing," he said again, looking at me very meaningly. "You have something to say on your own account, then?" "No more than a personal opinion as a friend of yours. I have a sort of idea that if the whole matter were dropped, the other things you wish might be more easily arranged." I understood and smiled. "Is that a bargain?" He nodded. "Speaking as your friend, I should think you may regard it as settled." "The brutes meant to take my life. They ought to be punished." "I think you may leave that to us." "Very well, I will," I agreed. "I'm glad you see it as I do," he said as he rose. "Oh, by the way, are you leaving Berlin?" "Probably. Why?" "Oh, there was a row and some fighting in a riverside warehouse the other evening, and a man was found with a bullet in his head in an open boat." "Suicide?" "I suppose so. No proof of anything else. The affair was political, we think. We caught one or two of those concerned, but some escaped. I don't suppose we shall catch them. They are either out of the country by this time, or will be before we can lay hands on them. I expect you're right, Felderman. I had an idea that there was something to be done against the Wondervole, you know. She was to have been moored just off that warehouse, and I got Bassett, the man who followed me on my old paper, you know, to print a word of warning from Paris. He gave a little start of surprise. They wouldn't thank you if they knew, but I don't suppose you'll delay your going to wait for their thanks. And with that he left me. I got up, then borrowed a pair of boots, telephoned to Althea that I had been detained, had my breakfast, and drove to my house and dressed myself in decent clothes, and packed a trunk, and returned with it to the hotel, where I found Borson awaiting me. He had heard the result of my interview with Felderman, and had come to arrange for the papers to be handed over. They are in Brussels, I said, but I am going through there myself, and the little interval will just allow time for your part of the matter to be concluded. By the way, that state concert is tonight, isn't it? Yes, and if the new prima pleases the court, it is very likely the announcement of the Baron's pardon will be made by His Majesty, and the more likely because the Prince von Graven will be present with his future bride, the Princess von Altenwald. I suppose you know that the Imperial marriage is now definitely settled. Everything is going your way. I hope tomorrow that way will be the way toward England, in which case your messenger can meet me in Brussels. You might do worse than take the Baron with you. A temporary absence would be a good thing. I hurried off to Althea with this budget of good news, but only to meet with a disappointment. She was not at home, and Chalise had just returned from a final rehearsal with Herr Grumpel, and was busy with the dressmakers trying on her costume for the evening. She received me with very scant courtesy. She was in high spirits about the concert, but in a bad temper about her dress. I can't see you now, Herr Bastable. I haven't a moment. Where is Althea? I asked. Would you believe that she could have been so inconsiderate as to go rushing off at a time like this, when every minute is precious to get my costume perfect for this evening? I could cry with vexation. No one ever thinks about me, and I have to do everything for myself, and for them too. And there isn't the slightest need. At the risk of sacrificing everything, I went out to that horrible farm yesterday and arranged for the Baron to remain there. She has gone to her father, then? Yes, imagine doing such a thing, and all these things here to be settled. And she really has good taste in such things. I do wish people would not be so selfish. I can't understand it. I shall never be ready, I know. How did you find the Baron? Well, of course, there was no need at all for me to go to him. I think it was horrid of you to make me waste the time in rushing out there at all. I will go out there now myself. By the way, did Althea say anything to you about your leaving Berlin for a time? About my leaving? She cried with positively indignant surprise. Directly after my appearance, when everyone will be talking about me? Herr Bastable! Her father will go, and she will go with him. You can scarcely remain by yourself, can you? Are you all mad, or in league to ruin me? Why, to go away at such a moment would be— The tragedy of such a prospect was obviously too terrible to be put in words. But the court will prefer you to be away for a time, I said, rising. Our letter to the Emperor did all that we hoped, and the Imperial marriage is now definitely settled. The happy pair will be among the guests tonight to witness your triumph. I hope it will be great enough even to satisfy you. She was a singular girl. She showed her lovely teeth in a smile, cast down her eyes, sighed, and then looked up and held out her hand. I didn't understand you at first. Of course you mean that I should show that I really do feel the separation keenly. Oh, I wish I had always had someone so clever to advise me. I should not break my heart if I were you, I replied gravely. She flashed a quick glance at me. I shall get over it, but don't you think we might contrive to let it leak out that if I really must go, it is because I am so upset? We can try, I laughed. You have a knack of putting things so nicely, Herr Bastable, she said as we shook hands. Do that if you can for me. Oh, by the way, there's a letter for you from Althea. I quite forgot it. It was only a line to say that she had gone out to her father and intended to bring him back with her, and she hinted that until we knew more of his feeling toward me, it might be better for me not to see him. Would I wait for her return? I set off to see Bassett and get the papers which I had given him overnight, and then hurried on all the preparations for my leaving the city. I went 2 or 3 times to see if Althea had returned, but it was not until quite late in the evening that I saw her. I was sure you would understand my going off to my father, she said when we met. Of course, it is just what I would have had you do. How is he? Surprisingly well, just like himself, but I have persuaded him to go to bed. Besides, I thought you would rather tell me all there is to tell alone. I am dying to know it all. I never passed such a day of suspense in my life. It is all just what you would wish it to be, except perhaps in one respect. I'll tell you that presently. And I went on with a long description of everything except the truth about Herr Ziegler's murder. She put many questions and insisted upon having all the details, her tell-tale face showing how intense was her interest. And now what is there I shall not like? She asked at length. I looked very grave. It is about you and— I paused and appeared reluctant to speak of it. I tried very hard to arrange so that— You will give me credit for having done my best in your interests, I'm sure, but— What is it? She cried impatiently. I sighed and then asked hesitatingly. It was made a sort of condition, you know, and although he was willing to leave everything else to you, I couldn't get any relief. But what is it? She cried again. I scarcely like to— It's so difficult that— But I'm afraid you'll have to give in. You know how hard I tried to save you from that— from von Felsen, but— I don't like putting it on the ground that it would help me, but it really would mean that— Would that marriage— I paused as if in great embarrassment. Tell me, this is cruel, she said quickly. Could you make the sacrifice? You said he had left the country. I wasn't speaking of— She did not let me finish. She laid her hand on my arm and looked up all smiles and blushes into my eyes. It would serve him right if I refused, sir. To frighten me like this. Does the condition frighten you then? She crept into my arms and laid her head on my shoulder with a little sigh. There was no need for any other answer. We were nearly caught in this silent enjoyment of our victory by Chalice, who came rustling in to tell us of hers. It has been an absolute triumph, she announced boisterously. The Kaiser was so delighted with my voice that he sent for me to say that he should pardon the Baron on my account. He is the loveliest man in the world. And to this hour she believes that it was that, and that only, which had secured the imperial clemency. End of chapter 30, and of An Imperial Marriage by Arthur W. Marchmont.